You can
All
start.
I'm recording now. Are you recording?
No, I'm not recording yet. I guess I'm much. Oh yeah, I can turn that on. Do I have to wear this headphones?
I'm not wearing headphones. I can hear you just fine.
Hello.
I can hear you fine.
Right. I just don't know if it's going to end up on the recording being. I guess it'll be fine. I'd rather not wear the headphones. Feel like I'm in a box, right?
I suppose that if I can hear you, our audience will be able to hear you also.
Yeah. I've done it this way before with Zoom. I think it works okay. I just don't know how the recordings come out. But I'll just hit my record button. Please ask the host to give you permission to record. Okay, well, you have to give me permission to record, I guess.
You have my permission.
No, but I think it's got to be something on the program.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know how to do that. This is the first time I've done this.
Yeah, well, you might have to go to your recordings settings. I saw it like when you go to test the audio. I don't know if
Allow. Oh, sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, I see it right here. I think that should do it. It says, okay, you have permission to record local files. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, now it's working, I guess.
Good. All right. It's April the 5th, 2021 at 3:31 p.m. Central Time. My name is Brian Birmingham. I'm sitting down with Sawyer. Thank you for your time, sir. It's good to see you today.
Likewise.
Pardon?
Likewise.
Thank you. It's really intriguing to me personally to be sitting here speaking with an original member of the group that eventually came to be known as Heaven's Gate. Can I tell you a little bit about my own interest and how I became aware of the group and stuff like that before we begin, please, Sawyer?
Whatever you want to do, that's fine. I'm good with that.
As you know, I'm a researcher of and writer about various groups. And I've always had a very strong interest in Heaven's Gate because this is the group, I found out about them like most other people in March of 1997, when the class exited. That was my first exposure to the group. And that's the group that really intrigued me enough to get me started in the world of trying to understand groups that are usually referred to as cults. That's the group that when I first learned about what they did and how they did it and why, I was very intrigued. And the first thing I thought, and I mean no disrespect here, but the first thing I thought was, that sound, and the first thing I thought, and I was 23 years old at the time, and I thought to myself, well, that's pretty far out stuff. How did this Applewhite guy do that? And what I mean by that is, in social psychological terms, how did he persuade a group of people that he was truthful, that he was who he said that he was, and convince them that it was a good idea to go ahead and do what they did? And I thought to myself, how did he do that? And it wasn't because of any interest on my own part in order to learn how to do that myself with other people, but that's the group that got me really fascinated with the world of social psychology and group influence and cults and groups in general. So I've studied them for many years, and you and I have talked before, but this is the first time we've met face to face that I can remember anyway.
Right.
Yeah, so I've always been interested in speaking with you, picking your brain a little bit more, looking at things from the point of view of psychology and microsociology, small group psychology. That's the perspective, that's the angle that I'm looking at this from at this time. So I'm telling you this to tell you a little bit about myself to start out with, because I've already read about you and how you met the group and your basic background. Maybe you'd like to talk about that a little bit at this time for our listeners. How did you meet them? How did you first encounter the two?
Well, I was living in Walport, Oregon, on the coast of Oregon, and I would go to Newport. I spent most of my time in Newport, Oregon, which was a little further north on the coast. And I came out of the band practice, kind of like an all-nighter kind of party thing that I was doing with the musical band that I was part of. And there was a poster that said UFOs, who they are, where they have come from, and when they will leave. And then it said two individuals have come from the evolutionary level above human, and we're here to share the process of becoming a member of the level above human, and that this was not going to be a discussion about UFO phenomena, and that there were a number of individuals that have felt so strongly about this information that they have given it their all. So when I saw that, I remember, because I was standing there with my partner, who I'd been living with for 5 years, who people know as Sarah. She's the webmaster of the Heaven's Gate website. We joined together. And I remember, thinking to myself or saying out loud, well, at one point I said out loud, I wonder what these people are going to look like. It's like I didn't disbelieve that it was possible, okay, that there could be somebody from outer space, giving a meeting. And maybe that's naive, but, it just, it didn't make me run away, So, and then I remember the other thing that stood out in my mind was that they talked about giving their all, the people were giving their all to this. And I don't know why, but that meant something to me. It just felt like, okay. So we went to the meeting, and at the meeting, like everything, they had, there was a written statement on the chairs of this meeting place in Bayshore Inn in Walport, Oregon. And so I read it, but I mean, nothing stood out as being, I believe or don't believe in this. I mean, it just kind of went into my brain, and then, I just waited there for the meeting to start. And then they came out and they started to talk. Actually, they sat on chairs on the stage, and they looked over the audience and said nothing for at least seemed like a long time. It was a couple of minutes, maybe. That seemed like a long time to me. But and then Doe, who known as Apple, is the name of his body, his physical body, was Marshall Herb Applewhite. Then he started to talk, and everything he said, just like I was just listening, and made sense to me. I didn't have any questions really, and this was unusual for me. I'm kind of a crazy person when it comes to questioning things, but then when the meeting was over, I looked over at my partner sitting next to me, and she looked at me, and it's like we both wanted to do whatever it was that they were talking about. And so that began my departure from my world at that point.
Who seemed like they were, what's the right word I'm looking for? Who seems like they were more important in the early days of the group, Nettles or Applewhite? Who seemed the more dominant of the one? Who seemed the more dominant of the two while she was still here?
I had no perception of one being more dominant than the other, but Doe did all the talking. most, not all the talking, but most of the talking. And but I learned over time. Well, I learned from Doe. Doe identified T, Bonnie Lou Truesdale Nettles, the vehicle name. We say the word vehicle as opposed to the word body. That's just the word that they used. They changed a lot of terminology that was common to us in our thinking, but that's another whole subject. But I learned that Doe realized, working with T in the beginning of their years that started in 1972, that T was his elder. He knew that T had made better decisions, had more perspectives of cut to the chase better, than he did. And he learned that the hard way, because at first when they were traveling together, they were trying to figure, I mean, this is a big story, of course, and I'm not going to go into the whole thing, of course, because we'd be here for 6 hours. But not that I'm opposed to that, by the way. But so he realized that T was the elder, and he realized that T was his older member. They said that in the next level above human, they don't like wear how long they've been members of the next level, like on their sleeves, like they do in the military, and they don't have certain kind of clothing they wear that shows that they're older, more experienced. But there's older members and there's younger members. That's the only designation, although there's different kinds of physical bodies that they wear, and they talk about them as wearing those physical bodies. So anyway, so he realized that T was his heavenly father.
He deferred to her.
Yeah, he didn't talk to her about that. He didn't like bow down to her, or nobody else did either. No, none of us did any of that. There was there was reverence. There was definitely reverence between Doe and T, and you can see that in the audio tapes that we have access to, like the Black Hawk tape in particular. You can see those nuances of how they interacted with one another. And but T never told him that she was his elder, but she knew that she was.
But this isn't something that she explicitly taught him. It's just something that it seems like he knew about her.
He came to know it, yes. In fact, at one point, they were traveling, crisscrossing the country, trying to figure out who to tell about what they knew. And T became frustrated with making choices that she didn't think were going to lead to something that they both had a common interest to have occur. And so she sat down on the curb of the street and put her head in her hands and said, "I'm not taking another step." And when she did that, Doe was like the straw that broke the camel's back in his mind, in a sense. Not broke the camel's back, but it was like the trigger of him recognizing that, you know what, I think I want to go with what T thinks we should do. Not that T was dictating or anything like that. They were trying to choose, like they tried to talk to Billy Graham, and they went to the Summit Lighthouse in Oklahoma City, which became the group known as Elizabeth Clare Prophets Group, in Montana, the end of the world people. And but they were traveling Ananda Marga, and they were going to all the religious and spiritual leaders that they could think of, trying to see if they were people that would be receptive to the information that they had about who they were, where they had come from, and why they were here, and everything that went with that. Because
like a couple of missionaries.
yeah. So anyway, maybe that's.
So they would travel like a couple of missionaries, so to speak.
Yeah, they were in. Doe had a little. When he left the world, he had a. He was a famous in his circles in Houston, Texas, as an opera singer and a teacher in a university, and of choral music and voice, voice music, and he was also a pianist. But and so he had a sports car. He had a little tiny sports car, and they traveled in that for over a year, crisscrossing the country, staying in campgrounds because they had a tent and on the back of the sports car, and sleeping bags, and so and they would pick up odd jobs, to like even tarring roofs and digging holes for septic systems and different. They were making. They were selling rocks to tourists. They would paint the rocks that came up on the beach on Oregon coast, and sell them to tourists for a little bit of money, for food and stuff. So, yeah, that's what they were doing for the first 2 years, almost 2 years.
Did you ever know him to lose his temper or display anger or show any kind of aggression?
No, I never saw Doe angry or aggressive. Or, I mean, if you want to look at the last videos he made, like Doe's Final Exit, he's pretty ominous in that. And he's not angry, but he's definitely laying it on the line that that he's leaving, and that he came from the level above human, and that that this world is full of corruption and deceit and manipulation, and it's a snake world in a lot of ways. And so, I mean, I never saw him actually talk down at anybody.
You never saw him lose his temper?
No, I never did.
What about Nettles, for that matter?
No, I saw her frustrated. I saw her, I saw both of them, and more so with T. Let's see what we're saying. Adamant about students seeking to grow and making changes to their behaviors so that they can be more, so they can be ready to actually graduate, so they can qualify actually to be a member of the next level on a crew on a spacecraft, where you've got responsibilities that, and you could be an interference if you were allowed to be there without having able to control your mind and control your body. And in order to develop that strength, they sometimes did prod us, stimulate us to grow faster, and challenge us to either stay in the classroom or to leave the classroom.
But did you ever know him to be harsh or overly controlling? But you've already answered that. You never knew him to have a temper, or either one, for that matter.
No, and they were never controlling in the sense of that word. I mean, you could say that they were controlling because they had a lot of rules. Okay, we ended up having those rules didn't all develop all at once. They were all developed over time, but and they were definitely had a lot of qualifications. If you look at, if anybody wants to see them, then it can look in the Heaven's Gate book, and or I can provide that. It's on my blog, or they have lists of ways of behavior, and one list is called the major offenses and the lesser offenses. Offenses meaning things that would keep you off the spacecraft, would be offensive to the other members in the laboratories in the next level, for people to have certain behaviors like jealousies and competition and anger outbursts and sensuality, desire for, and or just egotistical things of thinking you have a better way to do something than somebody else. Not being recognizing that what we know and what we don't know. All these kind of, and like being able to follow instructions was a big one right from the beginning, because if you can't follow instructions, then you can't be on a team, you can't be on a crew performing difficult tasks. It doesn't mean that anybody becomes a robot. They don't have any robots in the next level that are members of the next level. If they want a robot, they can make a robot, out of computers or whatever. Anything that humans can do, they can do many times over. So, so they don't need members of the next level. They don't need new members. They don't propagate, and they don't they don't die. So I mean, that's hard to imagine for us, but that's so why do they then do this kind of thing, right? Well, they have a lot of joy when they see somebody become a new member of the next level. They actually, they have emotions. They have disappointments. They continue to grow. They have challenges that, sometimes they meet those challenges, and sometimes they don't do them so well, and they all grow because of that. But it's not the same kind of thing as being in the human kingdom, even though humans also have all kinds of opportunities for growth, and some grow and some don't. I'm not talking about like learning skills and things. I'm talking about behavior. Learning how to interface with other people, and not be condescending and not be overlording and controlling. Those are all the characteristics that humans have. And they need to be overcome in order to be a member of the next level, because they don't have those characteristics. That's as simple as that. That's why they don't have any sexuality. That's why it's got to go before you become a member of the next level. Because if you have that program in your soul that has that desire to be fulfilled, it'll be like you have like a disease in the next level. It's not that it's not a moral issue. They just don't have sexuality. So, you wouldn't be able to carry on in some, well, actually there's more to it than that. It actually takes a lot of effort to control a next level physical body that is like a suit of clothing to them. So the soul is like a body in itself that develops and starts to develop in the human kingdom. But so that's what graduates into the next level, that soul body, and the mind, of course, that's occupying it. The mind or spirit is the synonymous terms. But then you, since it's a physical world and you're working with physical things and physical people, they grow bodies on a vine like a plant to full full maturity, so there aren't any children. And then that body, then the soul is actually put in that body, and it takes the soul of a certain strength of mind, willpower, if you want to look at it that way, to actually manipulate this body and make it walk or glide or whatever, or communicate. I don't know about the communication that much about, except that it's a mental communication, but that might be strictly soul to soul. I don't know if the vehicle actually that they wear actually does anything to change the communication method. But so in other words, so all the things in the human kingdom are designed to be like stepping stones to build our minds, to control our vehicles, so that our mind can be strong enough to graduate into a next level environment where on a spacecraft, to where we will be assigned a physical body appropriate to our growth. They have different kinds of physical bodies. And then that's actually a birth in being able to use that tool of that physical body you were assigned. And if we didn't develop the strength of mind ahead of time, it would be like an abortion, in a sense. But they're not going to let that happen, except that it did happen. And that's the story of the Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls, to where they were allowed to be members of the next level doing elementary tasks. And they decided to not follow those instructions on what that task was. And they wanted to just go bypass their older member and that hierarchy of the next level above human, up to the chief of chiefs. But and so they were allowed to do that. You're allowed to leave the next level if you don't want to be there. And the next level continued to try to help them, but they refused to help, and they got to a point to where they ceased to recognize that the next level even existed. And now they think in terms of, I think they think, well, I got strong indications from Doe that this is correct, accurate thinking, but that now they think of the next level as being just another space race, like from some other planet, that have better technology than they have and that humans have. And that's why they have a race to get the humans to build technology.
One of the most startling revelations, or one of the most, my word would be startling, when at the point in the documentary Heaven's Gate Cult of Cults that came out recently, you said that Doe, through the Star Trek metaphors, so to speak, the analogies, the parallels he was drawing to the Star Trek world, compared the next level to the Borg. And that startled me, because in the Star Trek universe, the Borg are the bad guys.
Right.
Like, you don't want to be assimilated. So when you said that he said, oh yeah, the Borg is a very nice model, I was taken aback by this, because that doesn't sound like a very, losing your individuality and completely melding into this, or us being assimilated in this collective. That doesn't sound like a real pleasant. That doesn't sound like the best. You and you yourself said that that's kind of a frightening prospect. But did anybody ever directly say that to Doe? And if so, then what was his response? Like, wait a minute, Doe, the Borg are the bad guys. Like, did anybody ever say anything like that to him?
Well, I don't know if anybody ever said that to him. Maybe if they did, then it would have been like through a private note, because we communicated with him a lot of times by notes. Not that we couldn't have said something. I could have said something on the spot, because I was standing right next to him when he said that. But what he said actually was, just to be clear about it, was that he saw the Borg as being like the next level in the sense that they were they had to remain attached, connected to their source of life, even, and and that's the only context he meant it in. He didn't mean it in because like you can, people can look at a beehive and think that there's no individuals there, but yet if people that really study the beehive, they know that there's a lot of individual tasks that go on that different bees, do. So they're not lacking individuality, except from the perspective of what we consider to be individuality. But the next level have the true individuality is in the next level, because what we don't know in the human kingdom, a lot of times, some of us know it better than others, is that we're under the influence of the discarnate world.
Of the what world?
The discarnate world.
Yes,
disincarnate, the dead, the deceased humans that have been around who knows how long. There might be billions of them around people on the earth, and they're actually actually feeding on humans to do the behaviors and ways that they want, that they did when they were living. And so what we are, what humans are, according to Tiendo, are our vehicles, and our mind is part of the vehicle, part of our mind, not necessarily the whole mind, but I mean the genetic part and the environmental part of our minds is like a timeshare computer system that, and all these invisible discarnates and other influences on us are influencing us, whether we like it or not. And so what we are then is the chooser. Now that's a big thing. That's not a small thing to be the chooser of what thoughts, what behaviors and ways that we're going to make our own. And that's what we become then. So then we become a spirit that can leave the body eventually, or, can do leave the body through astral traveling if somebody wants to practice that. They don't totally leave the body, but they do. They have that silver cord that keeps them attached. That's the way it was described in the history books. But so because of all those influences on us, we can think that we're individuals, but we're actually, most of us, well, all of us are doing the same things as everybody else, except, certain variances, like Doe used the example, which might be a silly example, that they go to a different hairstyle, or they have a different, they like different foods a little bit here and there, or go into a different kind of career, or but all is on the human kingdom level. But when someone becomes a member of the level above human, then they become an individual for the first time, because those influences don't exist anymore. They are exactly who they are. They don't have any unseen forces trying to get them to do things differently. So in a sense, it's easier to be in the next level because you don't have that kind of a challenge, but you've got other growth challenges.
So from his point of view, in my words, I just want to make sure I understand what you said. I'm going to put it in my own words. From his point of view, in the next level, there are no discarnate influences.
Right.
Right. I understand. Now, sorry.
All right. So it's so the Borg you know, the board kept on doing their tasks. It didn't matter if they lost their physical body. It didn't mean that they were dead forever. I think that was part of it too. You know, I mean, because even in the next level, as a member on a crew, you could potentially be in a circumstance to where your physical body that you're wearing and could be killed. Okay, but it would be a simple thing to that would say just you go to wardrobe and you get another one. You know, they grow them. You know, I mean, it sounds kind of science fiction, but why not? You know, but so because the soul can only be killed by the next level, and they don't do that easily. They don't, you know, eliminate a soul very easily, unless the soul has become totally. The only thing that it's good for is like fertilizer. You know, to provide the negative side of things to humans, so that humans can choose. You know, whether to be negative or to be positive. You know, whether to go to war with another country, you know, or decide that, you know, that's not that's primitive behavior. You know, and I don't want to participate in that. And so, you know, making those choices then separates people. Separates the soul. That's a choice that the soul would make, of not to want to participate in or be supportive of people killing each other.
I want to go back to Oregon in 1975 now, if that's okay.
Sure.
To this first meeting. I want to go back to the first time you met them. They have this meeting. Then they say, anybody, in other words, I mean, in my words, right? They say anybody who's interested can come with us, and then people start camping out. That's when the exodus, so to speak, from Waldport, Oregon took place. People started abandoning their old lives and camping out in the woods and such, right? Now, my question is this: did they call themselves the class at the time, or what did they refer to themselves as in 1975?
Well, 1975, there was no real name, but I mean, the closest thing to a name was Human Individual Metamorphosis, with the letters HIM, which, you know, they never described why they, you know, well, they described why that name, because they compared becoming a member of the next level with a caterpillar becoming a butterfly.
So when people started to, you know, leave their old lives to follow the two, what did they do with their old possessions? Was there something like, you know, in other words, did they turn their money over to the two? Did they turn their property over to the two? Or what did they do with their possessions once they left their old lives? What became of all that stuff? Who'd they give their money to?
Well, of course, people could ask questions of the students that were, you know, had already joined with T&O to find out what T&O had given as, you know, instructions to for new members. And so there were different circumstances that came up, like one individual known as Robert Rubin, who I don't think would have a problem with me using his whole name. He joined the group with me, and you know, there were 6 of us that left Newport, Oregon, 3 days after having attended the meeting, and he owned about 3 or 4 houses in Newport, Oregon, and also a property in Walport where I was building a house on his property as a part of a little startup commune. And so he signed the deeds over to other people. that was an example, and I don't know if you got any money for that, but we were encouraged to bring camping gear because we were living outdoors, and automobiles because we needed transportation, and we were doing meetings, and money. If we had money that we wanted to donate, bring the money. They weren't going to refuse anything. And but I had $50 when I joined, and yet and I didn't have camping equipment, so they ended up outfitting me with far more than, I got a sleeping bag, a cot, foam pads, to sleep on, and a little tent, and and but we didn't turn over anything that we brought with us. Like some people, brought pot with them, and marijuana, and who knows what else. I don't know what anybody had in their pockets because nobody was searched. But
You could have brought anything.
yeah, I could have brought anything I wanted to bring, and all. But you were told that this process meant cutting off your past and all your attachments, and to start fresh and giving your all to this process. They called it a process of becoming a member of the next level, which I had no idea at the time what that all meant. But it just made sense to me that this was something that I wanted to do, and I felt was, part of the program that I wanted to be a part of. Anyway, but then it was like maybe even a month after we joined, we were up in Poudre River up in northern Colorado. And we were called to a certain spot for a meeting, and T&Do came to that meeting, and they had a campfire built, and there were like close to 100 students at that point. And they said that anything that, we need you to turn in everything that you have that are your personal possessions, except for your clothing and any anything that will remind you of the past, except for your driver's license and things like that. But that it wasn't appropriate to have an ace in the hole. At that point, it wasn't appropriate to have an ace in the hole. Like, in other words, have a bank account that you didn't dissolve, or a house that, you plan to go back to. No, but they didn't have any way of proving that. You know what I mean? And so it was an honor system. And so some people did turn in some things. I turned in, I guess that $50. I think I still had approximately $50 at that point. And I don't know if I was buying my own food at that point or not. I don't remember that clearly about that. But then we went for 3 years, and I didn't, well, more than that even, to where I didn't, they gave us money to go to town to buy food. And they even gave us money a couple times to do whatever we wanted with. They called it mad money. And so we went, and some people went to the movies, and some people went and just, bought some different foods that they liked. And we all bought our own food at that point, even though we were living outdoors and, as a group. But anyway.
Where were Nettles and Applewhite living while everybody was camping? Did they stay with the group, or did they stay separately someplace? And if so, where did they stay?
They were also camping, but they had a small group that they traveled with, not in the same car, although maybe sometimes they might have been in the same car. I guess it's possible. But there were 6 students that were their core students to travel with, helpers. They called them helpers or group coordinators or things like that. And then, and sometimes they were in a campground that was very close to where the other people were camped. Because sometimes we had to spread out, like in the national forest, so that we could stay there longer without the ranger coming through and saying, you've been here too long and you got to move on, So we would try to hide in the woods. And so we were split up into like 4 or 5 groups when we got to Wyoming, living in the Vidavoo rustic camping area in the Medicine Bow National Forest, just east of Laramie, Wyoming. But so they were also camping. They were in tents, and I know somebody that was actually in the same camp as them at one point, and he's still around. Now I communicated with him once in a while. His name is Stewart.
What I'm getting at is, well, during that camping out period, so to speak, were they, at least in material terms, were they living better than everybody else, or were they living the same as everybody else?
They were living the same as everybody else, though I don't know what they were doing. They were the ones that went to town and bought supplies. So, if they felt like they had instruction to go see a movie, to see whether that would be a movie to give to the classroom, then they would do that. They didn't answer to us.
Mm-hmm.
There was no bones about that. There was no like, if we didn't like not knowing what they were doing with money or whatever, then we could leave the classroom.
That leads me to my next question. Did they ever allow any kind of criticism or discussion or debate about their decisions or the way they ran things or about the way they taught things? If they did, then how did they handle it? Or was it just not tolerated at all? Or was it just like my way or the highway kind of thing?
They never had the put on that air of my way or the highway. However, from my personal experience, I couldn't imagine, debating them on anything. That's the way I felt about it. And I wasn't somebody that was necessarily a pushover when it came to, like the government and, telling us what to do and stuff. And, I was definitely anti-war Vietnam war resistor, but there were circumstances that would come up to where people would, I remember one person in particular whose name was Authority, and he was in one documentary or a couple documentaries early on under the name of Michael. I'm not going to say his last name.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, one time in a meeting, I remember him raising his hand, to ask a question or make a comment or whatever it was during a time when they were open to that. Because they weren't always open to questions depending on what they were going to talk about. But most of the time they were open to questions. But anyway, so he.
Did you say most of the time they weren't or were not?
Most of the time they provided a period of time where students could ask questions.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And you can see that in the audio tapes because we have hundreds of audio tapes. So, nothing I'm saying is not without evidence. Almost nothing, I'm saying, because there are things that before we had the audio tapes that, we didn't have them for the first 6 years or so. But so the 6 years worth of experiences that aren't on any tapes or written down. But in this meeting where they were open for questions, they were just talking about things that were like, rudimentary kind of things, like the way that we called the kitchen the Nutrilab, meaning nutrition lab, because they tried to use everything in the human kingdom to be like an assimilation of a laboratory, to where everything was important. Everything was an experiment. Everything was, could be improved upon and all that. And so they were sometimes in meetings, they would work out those things with people, with us, with the group, participating, even though all the group might not be members of that crew in the Nutrilab, they would end up talking about it. I remember Arthody at one point said that he wondered if there was a more efficient way of doing this procedure. He thought there was a more efficient way to do it. And they didn't say anything about it at the time. But then they came back at another day, and they said they gave us a lesson, and not just him, they gave everybody a lesson. And the lesson was that they're not trying to be efficient in a human way. They're trying to do what they feel like they're being given to do when they check with their older member in the next level in their minds, because both T and Do felt like they were in touch with T's older member, and so when somebody would ask them a question, they would be going through a seek and a search to whether they already had instructions for that. And instructions meaning, knowing the behaviors and ways of the next level and their positivity, and there's a certain amount of answers to questions that, like, I do that now. I can answer a question that is not an instruction to have that answer, but I know from my experience with them that it's something that they would probably say. Okay, I don't always know exactly if they would say it, and that's where I have to know that I could be wrong about it if I didn't actually hear it and see it in words. That, like, having words is a protection against any of those discarnates coming into us and saying, I'm God and I'm going to give you the instructions, to do this and do that. I mean, because there's lots of discarnates that like to play like they're God, and prophets and leaders and know-it-alls, and we got to learn to recognize. We don't got to, but I mean, in order to grow, we learn to recognize the characteristics of the voices that, like, for instance, if a voice comes into somebody's head that I'm going to punch this guy in the face, they have that feeling or whatever. That's not from the next level. Next level wouldn't do that. And so, automatically that there's no reason to do that. So that's what I'm talking about. That there's certain things that they knew they could answer because they have experience with the next level. And but at the same time, they're open to a change in the circumstance, to where their older member might give them something else to do that might end up having reasons to do it that they don't know about at the time. Or they might feel like it's that they have a sense that they might know why they're giving us a certain kind of instruction, because they know that it might be a test for us to see if we're going to handle it like a member of the next level would. And you can see that happening in the Black Hawk tapes as well. And so what they said is that, I guess I said it already, that they're not trying to be efficient the way that a human might see things as being efficient. And maybe even saying that to that person might have been a challenge for him to receive that. Maybe that's part of the reason he left the group. I mean, there were more reasons that were more apparent the reason why he left the group.
Can you think of a time when you ever disagreed with, I'm going to refer to them as, meaning no disrespect, I'm going to refer to them as Applewhite and Nettles. But can you think of a time while Nettles was with us that you ever disagreed with the two about anything? And if so, what was that disagreement about? But can you remember a time when you really had a serious problem with what was going on and really questioned what was going on? And if so, what was that situation?
Well, not directly. I didn't directly ever disagree with them on anything, but but see, that's not part of my package. You know what I mean? I've got other things that are equally as challenging to overcome, with my package, this human vehicle and yeah. So, but there were other people that that had doubts about things, and I didn't have conscious doubts, but there were things that they gave us to do that I didn't follow the instruction.
Like what?
Well, it's kind of what led up to my leaving the group, and led up to, in a sense, part of it. But okay. I'm just going to give you the short story to this because it's a very involved thing. But see, in the classroom, we knew that there was no relationships between people. There was no sexuality. Those were completely, the only relationship we had with one another was as a fellow crew member. So, we didn't get attached to anybody else, and, or have a secret friendship, where we shared certain things with this one person, a confidant, familiarity or anything like that. If we did have that, it didn't need to be overcome. Anyway, and so, but if, let's say, a male vehicle in particular, not that this couldn't apply to a female vehicle somehow also, but let's say a male vehicle had a nocturnal emission. In other words, they lost fluids, what humans would call an orgasm in the middle of the night when they were dreaming or something, or whatever. But they didn't do anything to stimulate it. So they didn't have their hands involved, and that was considered, there was nothing wrong with that. That was considered to be energy off the top. In other words, there's so much energy that we all have that if that happens, it's not like you broke your procedure of giving into sensuality. Okay, so, but the procedure was, when that happened, to get up and go to the bathroom. We called it the bath chamber. And there was a stack of washcloths, underneath the sink that somebody could use to clean themselves up and then get a new pair of underwear, and change it. They knew where the we had communal underwear, so I mean, according to your size and all that, but so you and so I didn't and I didn't do that because I was ashamed. I felt guilty about it, even though I didn't stimulate it. That I was aware of.
And that this happened while you were sleeping.
Yeah.
Right. I understand.
And that happened a number of times with me. And I repeatedly, what I would do is I would take the washcloth and I would clean up with it, and then I wouldn't get new underwear. I just clean my underwear and go to sleep with. I clean it, and then I go to sleep, back to sleep with wet underwear. So it was uncomfortable, but I didn't want. I just didn't want to be any. I was trying to hide. I was trying to hide.
You were trying to create a boundary, so to speak, to have your little something kind of privacy. It sounds like.
Well, yeah, but yes, but that wasn't the kind of privacy that was in the program. You know what I mean? They wouldn't have given us those things to do. Now, the people that were in the fiber lab, which was the laundry fiber lab, right? They put a certain amount of washcloths in that place, and they knew how many were supposed to be there. So if they came in to replenish them, which was their job to do, and they saw there was one missing, then they knew that somebody used it. Okay, and I don't know if they had procedure to report that to T&O in a report, how many were used. But eventually they, because I was never a part of the fiber lab, so I don't know what all their instructions were necessarily. But eventually they had a sign out so that you would actually put, like I would put soy or soyoti or something on the sign out that I used this washcloth, and I didn't use it. I would just really not clean up at all, until the next morning when I would take a shower, of course, but because we took a shower every day, but and so the washcloths kept disappearing. I mean, no, the washcloths didn't disappear, but well, they did, and I didn't sign it out. I'm not sure what happened there.
Did you have your own?
I just stopped using them. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what happened in this regard, but whether T&O knew that. Well, I can kind of imagine how things might have went, because there might have been some kind of regularity to people having nocturnal emissions among many of the male vehicles, especially the ones that were in their prime, in their age, and that hadn't overcome their sensuality yet in that regard. But and so if all of a sudden there were so many every day or every night or every week, there were so many washcloths used, and then all of a sudden there was none signed out and none used anymore, that's kind of like something's going on here, but I never got called on the carpet for it. But I was breaking procedures knowingly, which that was like grounds for being dismissed from the classroom.
So the guilt doesn't come from the fact of the nocturnal emission. The guilt comes from not having followed procedures and followed instructions.
No, it's both.
Both.
Well, no, I didn't even think about the guilt from not following procedure. That was out of my mind. I didn't look at that. I just looked at the end result being hiding that I had a nocturnal emission.
Do you think, I don't want to put words into your mouth or anything like that, but do you think it would be accurate to describe it as shame?
Yeah. I felt ashamed that I let that happen. I mean, I thought I was pretty good at keeping the thoughts out. And I didn't masturbate, and I didn't touch myself in all those years. I didn't even come close to it. For 17 years, I didn't come close to it. And but I still felt guilty about it. And that was, and so in a sense, I was, doubting that their procedures were honest. You know what I mean? Like I didn't want to, I chose to be deceitful. That's what really was happening in terms of not using the washcloths and signing them out and all that. And and deceit is one of the three things that would get us dismissed from the classroom, which at the time wasn't talked about that way. Was deceit was one, and giving into sensuality was another one of those three. And I think deceit was the top one.
Of the major offenses, so to speak.
Yeah, they were considered major offenses. And
Right.
if we couldn't be honest in the program, then we either got to change that or we got to leave.
What were the sleeping arrangements like at the time? Did you have your own room? Were you staying in bunk beds? How did that work at the time? Who'd you share a room with if you did?
Well, when we were living in tents, we shared a tent with a partner.
Your check partner.
Yeah, we call him a check partner, right?
Right.
Somebody that was helping us stay on track with following all the procedures and behaviors and ways. If we asked them for help, I mean, they were supposed to help us. I mean, well, we were supposed to be asked, and they had to remind us to ask each other sometimes.
Ask each other what? I'm confused.
For help.
Okay.
Stay on track, but we were assigned partners so that partner could be like a mirror to us, because otherwise, we can go about our world thinking that we're doing everything fine, and we don't realize that we have a scowl on our face, that makes us look like we're angry or something, and so the partner can say, "Are you angry about something?" Because you look kind of angry to me right now. And then the person can say, "No, I'm not angry. I'm not angry." They say, "Oh, well, maybe I'll look at that. I'll examine that. Maybe I am angry about something right now." They could choose how to respond to it. And that becomes the interface between partners. So anyway, but the sleeping arrangements, when we moved into houses, was bunk beds most of the time. And because we had a lot of people in a big house, but it was a lot of people, 35, 40 people in a single family house, that might have had 3 or 4 bedrooms, but, so we had bunk beds. Sometimes we had triple bunk beds. And generally the males were separated from the females, except there were some males that were more attracted to males. And so they were sometimes bunking with in the rest chamber where the females were. And but in the tents, we were in the same tent with males and females, regardless of orientation. Because I was with Dan Doty was my first partner, a young woman about my same age. And then Chick Odie was my partner when we got to Wyoming. And she was the individual that was Frank's partner when he joined. If you know Frank from the Heaven's Gate podcasts, and also from the Cult of Cults documentary.
Erica Ernst.
Yeah, Erica. Right. So her name was Chick Odie. She took the name from Chick originally.
About how many hours of sleep would you average per night, typically?
Well, typically 7, 8 hours. I mean, it was required to get 8 hours at one point. Even if we didn't sleep, we had to lay in our bunks unless we had to get up and use the restroom or something. But then we would go back down and stay in our bunk for 8 hours.
Speaking of the restroom, do you mind if I go use it right now? Take a break for a minute, please.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll be right back. All
righty.
Okay, thank you for your patience. So to go back to our conversation, I mean, nobody, what I'm getting at is nobody was sleep deprived, apparently. I mean, you got plenty of, right?
I gotta turn my recording back on. Go ahead,
Okay.
start over again if you don't mind.
No. What I'm getting at with that last question is, you don't feel like you were ever deprived of sleep in any sense? Or
No, but that doesn't mean that we didn't have lessons with sleep patterns. We did, but they didn't last that long. Okay, so like while T was still in her vehicle, we started we were living in houses at the time. We started a pattern to where we were up for 2 hours and then we would sleep for 2 hours. And then we got up for 2 hours and slept for 2 hours and went through the whole day like that. And Tiendo didn't like, after maybe at the most a week of that, they changed it. And then we did a small period of time where we just got, I think 4 hours of sleep and then 4 hours being awake. And that didn't last very long at all. And then they changed it to 6 hours and just a night. But they didn't like the way our brains were not functioning as well. So they changed it again after a very short period of time. And then they had it to where we had 8 hours again required. And sometimes they would put a nap in there in between that. And even with the 6 hours, they would put a nap in there just spontaneously sometimes. Or they gave the option for people to have a nap time every day if they wanted it, for like as much as a half an hour, or as much as an hour sometimes, I think. But there was an option; it became optional. And then they had a time where you could sleep for up to 8 hours, but a minimum of 6 hours. Then they had a minimum of 7 hours, a maximum of 8 hours. Then they had optional downtimes and optional uptimes with those kind of hours. But that I think 7 hours was arrived at as a minimum, so that we could go down early.
Optional in what sense?
Well, it was up to us to choose whether we wanted to get up like in the morning after 7 hours of rest, get up an hour before everybody else.
That was your decision to make.
Yeah, or go down an hour later than everybody else, or go down an hour earlier than everybody else, or and I ended up, usually staying up later to the maximum that I could stay up. And then sometimes I program myself to try to wake up, because we didn't have a way to set an alarm to wake up early. It's only if you woke up on your own, because you didn't want to wake up everybody with an alarm. We did have an alarm system that went off for the regular hours. But so you can see that we went through all these patterns, but overall, they wanted us to get enough sleep. We weren't sleep deprived.
What about food? What did you eat? When did you eat it? How much did you eat? Did they control portions and all that, or what was
Yes,
it like?
they did, but that also became an evolution. Like I said, for the first, while we were traveling initially,
I'm listening.
when we joined, we were eating whatever we wanted. Of course, we would buy our own food, and then when we were actually organized into groups and holding meetings in like Colorado and things like that. We were given food money, but that ended up then when we started to, well, I'm going into too much detail, I think, about the whole progression there. But when we finally stopped having the public meetings by April, May, June of 1976, and we all were given instructions to meet in Wyoming. Then they were giving us money to buy food every week. I forgot how much money it was, but it was enough to buy what we needed, in grains and potatoes and vegetables. And people could buy meat, but we didn't have any. They'd have to buy ice with their allotment of money too. So, they were recommended against buying things that were perishable. But anyway, so we bought our own food, and then maybe about almost a year after that, we were still living outdoors, and T&O started up the nutrition lab and the supply tent. And they would go buy all the supplies and put them in this tent. And then that tent would give them to the NutriLab. So, as needed for whatever experiments they were making. They said that food was fuel. And to think of it as a sensual experience was not part of the lesson program, and we had portions, and they had, instructions on how to make pancakes a certain size. We had everybody got 5 pancakes, and sometimes 2 strips of bacon or 2 little sausages, and maybe some orange juice or something with that breakfast, and that was it. And if that didn't satisfy somebody, then they had to overcome their vehicle being dissatisfied by that, and because that was considered by T&O to be enough. And then the option to have less pancakes, because some people didn't want that many, didn't want 5. They were talking about those big griddles. They're not that big, but they were like this big around, like 4 or 5 inches around, pancake size.
Sure.
And so 5 of those was, I might have eaten more than that, but I was satisfied by it. But some people weren't.
Did they have syrup too, or just plain pancakes?
Yeah, we had syrup and we had butter.
Okay.
We had a certain amount of butter, but it wasn't a lot of butter. But you would put it in between each patty.
Mhm.
They recommended that's how you do it, and then it was a certain amount of syrup. It wasn't like you wouldn't have any. At first, they let us take our own syrup, and they said the guideline was to not have any syrup left in your plate. Only take what you need. That's the way a next level member would do it with supplies. They would only use the supplies they need for the task. So they were using that as another way of teaching us how to be on a next level crew. Because they have a supply locations for supplies for when you get a task to do in the next level. Anyway, and I could go into that more, but I'll stop there. But
Can you think of any
and you didn't have to. They also had jelly, like orange marmalade and another 2 different kinds of jelly. If you didn't want to use syrup, that was an option to use jelly, and it was a certain amount.
One of the things I've read about the group over the years, and you're dispelling these myths that I've heard. It sounds like a lot of what I've heard or read is not exactly completely accurate, because it was sort of my impression. What I've learned or what I've been taught is that in the day-to-day life of the group, the individual members, I mean, yourself included, of course, on a day-to-day basis, you really had very few decisions to make, because what you were going to wear, when you were going to get up, what you were going to eat, how you were going to eat it, like the military. Like I was in the Army, right? And when you're in the Army, when you're in basic training, at least at first in those beginning stages of training, they've got complete control over you, and you don't really need to make a lot of personal decisions on a day-to-day basis, because your day is completely programmed. They tell you how to hold your fork. They tell you how to tie your boots. They tell you everything. So you really have very few options, except in terms of decisions to make, except like, if you're going to the cafeteria and you're going to eat a hamburger, well, do I want to put ketchup on my hamburger or not? Or do I want mayonnaise or do I want mustard? Right? So you're making certain very minor decisions in terms of what you prefer, but really your day is completely controlled and you're making very few decisions of your own. But it sounds like in terms of the day-to-day life of the group, at least in what I will call the camping stage, those are my words, right? Before you moved into houses, when it was in the camping stage, it sounds a whole lot like a basic training type environment, but you had more options than what I would have assumed. Like you're telling me, well, we could have decided to put jelly, or we could have put syrup, or we could have had orange marmalade or grape jelly, but you had certain. Am I accurate? And is my analysis accurate? It sounds like a basic, like a highly regulated, almost military type environment, but it makes sense because you were just like in the Army. You were training to be a crew. You were training to work as a team. So my experience as a veteran, it makes sense to me.
Yeah.
If I've been through something like that myself, but in a completely different context. They were training for war, right?
Yeah.
No,
You're exactly right. It was a training exercise. There's no question about it. And there were and as we showed that we had adopted the training and even enjoyed it, even enjoyed those those disciplines, then there were less of them. All of a sudden we didn't have those disciplines anymore, in the same way necessarily.
When you moved into houses, you mean?
Well, no, I mean, the example that I'm thinking about right now is that we had part of the lesson program when we got to Wyoming, and we were living outdoors, was that we were switching tents with other class members, okay? And every day we would switch and be in a different tent, and therefore, and one of the lessons that came with that also was not to talk. No talking, not at all. So like when you got to the new tent and it was time to eat, the partner who was living in that tent, because one person stayed put, another person came from another tent, and then they went back, and then somebody came to their tent. You know what I mean? Kind of work like that. But we ended up circulating with a bunch of people. And anyway, but like let's say we had the choice, because we were still buying our own food. So every tent had some very different variations of foods. And so if it was time to eat, the person might pick up the bag of pasta and show it to the other person. And if they would shake their head, yes or no, they just wouldn't use any words. It wasn't that we weren't trying to be disciplined against any communication. We just wanted it to be without words. And then they changed it after a number of days like that. They changed it to just using keywords. Yes, no. Jesus talked about it as yes, no, I don't know. Or yay and nay. Let your response be yay or nay. And so that's what we would do. And so it took a certain kind of discipline to do that. But that didn't last that long. I'm talking about like, a week for each of these kind of stages. And and then they left it as keywords for a long time though. Um, so that we get out of the habit of just chit-chatting, or because if we didn't have something to talk about related to our tasks, which included helping our partner with things that we observe about them, right? Then we didn't have any reason to talk. So let's say we were riding in the car with somebody and they started to talk about, oh, I remember I had a 1949 pickup truck, and the partner would be, at that point, when they heard that their partner say that, they would recognize that, wait, that's talking about the past. We don't want to, that's not part of this discipline. That's not part of this program. So they would be responsible to say to that partner, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude or anything, but we're not supposed to talk about the past. And then the partner then would, the best response would be, thank you. I appreciate that reminder. But then a lot of times the partner would say, well, I thought it related to, how the car was running or something, and they would have a justification for it. You know what I mean? Which wouldn't necessarily be a valid justification really, but in their mind, maybe it was, but, and so, but sometimes partners didn't want to do that, to bring it up to another partner, because they didn't want any bad vibes between each other. They were living with that person pretty much, so they wanted to be liked. Like I was someone like that. I wanted to be liked by my partner. I didn't think that way necessarily, but that's the way I responded. And so somebody might be talking about the past a lot, and I might even start to talk about the past a little bit too, before we would both maybe say, we're not supposed to be talking about this. And
I've read accounts, and you can tell me whether this is accurate or not, obviously.
Can I just finish one thing on that?
Of course, I beg your pardon, sure.
Then it was after T left her vehicle that I noticed one of the things that happened after that was there was more casual talk. And I can remember Mark of Mercodi, Mark and Sarah, the webmasters,
the kings,
saying things that were funny to Chakoti, and Chakoti laughing, and I mean, there was always a lot of laughter, but cracking up the little jokes that he would tell, whatever it was. It wasn't that he was saying something wrong necessarily, but it wasn't necessarily also about the task and at hand. It was relaxed from that. But I don't remember anybody being, reminded of that, but maybe that's part of the reason why he ended up leaving, because he didn't want to follow some of the procedures, but, which is another discussion. But so I guess maybe that's enough. So then, as we learned to control our vehicles, then it wasn't so important whether, we used only keywords. And
just like in basic training in the Army, in my experience, at first, it's a very highly regimented controlling environment where you make very few decisions for yourself on a daily basis. That gradual, and they call it coming to a military orientation, or learning to have a military bearing. And as you learn to develop a military bearing, very gradually, as the weeks and months go by, these restrictions ease up, and you're eventually allowed more and more control and more like personal autonomy over the decisions you're making on a daily basis, until the training period is over and you're just free to go about your duty. And you know the regulations, you've been trained, you know what to do, you know how to do it, you know what's right, you know what's wrong in that context. And then after a certain point in time, they just set you loose, so to speak. Now, you're always going to have your chain of command,
Yes.
You're always going to have your sergeants telling you what to do. You're always going to have, the Army is a highly regulated organization. But once you get through all that once you get through all that intensive training period, and you're living in a base in the barracks, then you start making all kinds of decisions about what do I want to wear? What am I going to do this weekend? What do I want to drink tonight? All that stuff. But at first, so it sounds like what they were doing was very similar.
Yes, and the example of clothing, you had mentioned that in your initial question, whether we were controlled, in terms of whether we were living under those instructions of regulating our clothing wear. Well, of course, we joined with whatever clothing we had, and we didn't really get any new clothing until we were living in houses, I think. Although we had a uniform several times.
Really?
Yeah. And that we would wear. Sometimes we had one uniform was overalls, like the kind that a construction worker might wear, where you can hang the hammer in the but it came up to it had long sleeves on it. There were long sleeve overalls. And we would button them at the top, so that somebody wouldn't, see like a little bit of chest hair or something, because anything can be almost anything can trigger sensuality, especially when you're trying to block it, when you still have those hormones going through your system. But anyway, and so we wore those when we were living outdoors. And then while we were still living outdoors, they changed uniforms because we would wear clothes underneath those, because sometimes we were living in the cold. So we would have, even have, coats that we would wear over them if necessary, but then when we moved into houses, after we had another kind of uniform, we were wearing that uniform in the houses most of the time. And it was like a gray jumpsuit. Like a sweatshirt with a hood on it, and then draw like a running pant. What do you call them? Exercise. They had a drawstring that held them at the waist, and then a little bit of elastic in the bottoms, so they didn't hang loosely, but they were very loose. And there's a lot of, air circulation. But whatever, we had that kind of a uniform. And then for a very brief time, we had a hood. I'm not talking about the hood on the sweatshirt of that uniform, which we very rarely used. But we had a hood that covered our entire face.
That's what I was going to ask you about. One of the things I've read about the group, and you would be able to confirm this obviously because you were there, is that at a certain point during what I'll call the camping stage, you were wearing welder's helmets full time. Is that true?
I never heard it described that way, but no, it wasn't a welder's helmet. It wasn't like, a hard plastic or a hard metal kind of hat, helmet. No, it wasn't like that at all. But it was made out of the same fabric that our jumpsuits were made out of. It was a polyester mix of some sort. So it was lightweight. It was fairly thin. It was the same color of a grayish color, a light gray, and it had two elastic bands inside of it to go around our ears. And it didn't have an opening for a mouth. You hear somebody talk through it, and you could breathe through it, I guess, as well as you can, these masks that they have for COVID. And maybe even better than that, I don't know, because it was kind of a thin material. But the way it looked like a welder's mask was that it had a visor for your eyes that was one-way vision. So from the outside, you couldn't see the person's eyes at all. You couldn't see anything about their face or their head, not even the shape of it, you didn't really, because it was kind of, it wasn't tight fitting. And the visor was made out of like a material that was like, it almost had a stainless steel appearance to it, but it was plastic. But it had like a black background of a mesh. It was like, a crisscross mesh of plastic that was black, and then it had this overlaid metallic nature to it, so that I guess light was reflected off of it, and so you couldn't actually see through it.
How long were you wearing
You see through it
those?
from the inside, you could see through it. Yeah, it was a little bit. It wasn't like a perfectly clear picture, but you could see enough to, know that somebody was standing in front of you.
How long were you wearing those in the group?
Well, it didn't last for more than, I would just say a couple weeks.
And you cooked in them and
Maybe
ate
a
them?
month.
How did you eat in them?
No, you took them off when you were
Oh,
eating, and you took them off when you went to sleep, and you also took them off when you're showering, of course. Well, we didn't have showers then. We took sponge baths inside the tent, and one at a time, one person at a time, so they had privacy in that regard. And during meetings we took them off with T&O, so they could see our faces. And then when we had one task that was considered to be like an outlook, somebody that was trying to see if the rancher was coming, because we had at the time when we had that program, that part of the program, we were leasing land, big, hundreds of acres of land in Wyoming and northern Colorado, actually, is where this took place, from the rancher. And so sometimes the rancher's pickup truck would come driving down the road to check up on us, I guess, or whatever. I don't know what the reason was necessarily, but maybe they got a phone call that, they wanted the rancher to come for some reason. They would have to go to a payphone to make a phone call because we didn't have cell phones then. But I don't know about that because I wasn't the one that would greet the rancher when he would come in. But we had people that would see the truck coming. Their job was to keep lookout. And so we would all kind of go in our tents and stuff, or behind a tree or something, so that they wouldn't see how many people were there. And
let's see. Why would you want to conceal that? Why be so secretive?
Well, actually, the secretive part came not from the rancher so much as when a plane would come overhead occasionally. We had instruction that they would ring a bell, and we knew by the how many times they rung the bell that this was the reason to take off our help, the tops of our, those hoods. We called them hoods, and also try to go someplace to where we wouldn't be seen, because we didn't want to be seen as a cult. The authorities were looking for us for many years.
About what year is this that you're describing? About what?
1977.
Late 70s, about 70.
78, 79 even.
This is after Jonestown, in other words.
Yeah, it was after Jonestown. It was right at that time.
Right, I get it.
And the FBI was looking for us at several points. We knew that was happening, And there were people that had sent out investigators to try to find us from family members that wanted to know where we were, because we had very little communication with anybody in the outside world.
This is in the heyday, so to speak, of the deprogramming days. A lot of groups were paranoid.
That's right. That's right. And there was a reason for that. We were all adults. We were all over 18. And, the few that joined that were 16 when they joined, that might have been even 17 or 18 at the time that I'm talking about. They were given special contact with their caregivers or whoever they were. So I think one person was adopted, and so she didn't have parents. I think she was living in foster care before she joined with us when she was 16. She ended up leaving the group some years later, but everybody else had no instructions to get in contact with anybody that they knew in the world. I mean, they could cheat and do it for those first years. Well, the first year they could do that. They could do that. But after that, they wouldn't have really had many opportunities to cheat in that regard without somebody knowing about it. Like
Can
the
you think? Oh, sorry. No, pardon me.
Well, I'm just saying that, they just didn't want to be, they didn't want to be scrutinized by anybody. They wanted to be left alone.
When it comes to those early years of
We weren't hiding anything, there was nothing about our behavior that was illegal or immoral. In fact, it was the opposite of that. Our behaviors were extremely moral and ethical and all that, I mean, they paid taxes and everything, I mean, in those years we weren't working, so we didn't pay taxes, but when we started to work, we worked legitimately, and we paid taxes.
When it comes to the early years of the group and the period that I call the camping stage, can you think of anything that you would think of as mistakes that Nettles and Applewhite made, or anything they could have done differently or improved upon? Can you think of any mistakes at all, anything like that? On the leadership.
Well, from their point of view, they made mistakes from their point of view. But I didn't see anything they did as a mistake. But but some people could see some things that they did as being a mistake, and in fact, that's the grounds for some people leaving, because they changed certain things that they said initially. They thought certain things were going to happen in a certain way at first, and then those things didn't happen. Well, they didn't even give them a chance to happen sometimes.
What do you mean?
Well, okay, from the very beginning, which you see a lot of the evidence of this in the book UFO Missionaries Extraordinary, that was written about them by Brad Steiger and Hayden Hughes. And but it was also in the statement 1 that was put on the chair in the meeting that I went to, and other meetings got the same thing, which was the information I had when I would travel around talking to preachers and stuff. That was the information I had from statement 1 and 2 and 3 and the prospective candidate letter. Okay, so that was only, so within that material, we had the understanding that as we were traveling around the country, we were to stay aware of the news, and that at some point we would become aware of what they called the demonstration. Now, the demonstration was what they believed was going to potentially happen, that they believed was going to happen at first, was that they were going to be killed by somebody, by irate Christians, or and that they would, like it says in the Revelation 11, that they would perform the same task that Jesus performed of overcoming that death and rising again, so that their enemies would see them, and then they would. And so when we would see in the news something that gave us the indication of that about to happen, which we didn't know what the details of that would be, then we were to go to that place that we would get the, let's say, I can make up something, but maybe I don't need to. But I didn't know what that was going to be. I was traveling around. I didn't have any idea that. But the idea was that at some point after they resurrected, that would be the time when the spacecraft would come and pick us up and take us to next level environment in outer space somewhere.
So you were anticipating being physically picked up by a craft.
Yes. Even though in my mind, that was one of those things I kind of had a little something about that I didn't really, it didn't make sense to me in one way.
So did you ever kind of think to yourself, well, what if this isn't, what if this isn't true? Like, did that ever occur to you, that kind of thing?
Well,
like, what if they're not who they say they are?
Not really, but they required us to think about that a number of times, to think about whether there's something we wanted in the world. There's somebody we wanted to be with. They would say, okay, stop blocking out the past and think about whether there's something you want to do or see or do in the world. Leave the classroom, in other words. And that might last for 20 minutes, and then they would put out the word, say, okay, now go back to thinking discipline of cutting it off. And they said they did that too. And one time Doe had a meeting. This was after T left our vehicle in 1987, approximately. And he said, what if I'm not who I say I am? I'm not from the next level. Would you still want to be with, follow me, be with me? And he put that to us. And a couple students, said, yes, I would, but some students didn't say anything. I didn't say anything, but I thought to myself, yeah, I would be here, because I didn't join because I thought he was Jesus returned. I wasn't like a practicing Christian. My vehicle was born a Christian, but, but a Catholic, but that's hardly a Christian, really. They don't do anything that Jesus taught. So, I don't mean to say that, we'll laugh at it like a mockery or anything, but it's just, the absurdity of it is what I'm talking about in that regard. Even I'm not saying that the people that are doing that believe in the religions are off track or there's something wrong with them. They're not. Whatever, everybody's got their different things that they experience that they end up seeing through, or they can end up seeing through. The object is to disconnect from the human kingdom and all its behaviors and ways. So if somebody says that they're a Christian, but they don't believe in disconnecting from all their behaviors and ways that are human, then to that degree, they're not actually following the teachings of Jesus, because he did teach that.
I have another question now, if I may.
I mean, we branched off into a lot of different areas, but in terms of demonstration, if you want me to go back to that, I think I need to finish that.
Of course.
Okay, so when it came around to it was still 1975. I had just joined in September of 1975. from the Wallport meeting. And now it was October. And it came out on the news that they knew Walter Cronkite gave his second report. The first report was, some 20 something people disappeared from Wallport, Oregon, believing that they were going to hitch a ride on a UFO to go into outer space, and that there were these two people, these mysterious people that were saying this, that they went with. Okay, so that was the first national broadcast in a nutshell. Okay, and then maybe 2 weeks later, Walter Cronkite came on the news and said, we solved the mystery of these two people. We know that their names and that they were felons, thieves. I didn't say thieves, but it is interesting that they were like thieves in the night. They were made to be like thieves in the night, which is a big story to go along with that, which T&O felt like was a mistake to use that credit card to, that was back to your mistakes question. But they felt like they had instruction to do it, which is like a twist that's hard to wrap your head around. They thought it was a mistake, but and I can talk to that a little bit about how that can be a mistake, but that they had instructions to do it. That they could have had another way of doing it. In other words, didn't have to be necessarily used a credit card, and so maybe they wouldn't have been arrested because of that. But anyway, moving on, when that happened, they were in Las Vegas at the time. And they were in a hotel room at the time. It's my understanding that not my understanding, they told us this. And they felt like the mission was dead. They felt like no one was going to take them seriously anymore because now they had a felon on their record. They were, Doe was the felon, T wasn't, because they dropped the charges on Nettles and on that vehicle. Anyway, but they also dropped the charges on Doe, by the way. The rental car company, when they got their car back, they dropped the charges. But the district attorney in St. Louis decided to continue with the case. And so Doe spent, 6 months in jail. And then he was given a 4-month sentence on a plea deal. If he accepted guilt of that, of theft of the automobile, which wasn't theft. It was, they kept it longer than they were supposed to keep it. And they were in contact. Well, I don't know if they had contact with the rental car company, except for by letter. They sent letters to the rental car company saying that they were taking good care of the car and they would pay for it. But the rental car company, of course, isn't going to take that. But so, so they made it into a car theft, and that's why they got arrested for it. But anyway, so when that news came out, and they were in Las Vegas, they said, well, after 3 days of kind of grieving that the mission was dead and that, and they didn't know what to do. There was no point continuing is what one of the thoughts that they were dealing with. They felt like they kind of like they got instruction to continue, and so they gathered. They got in touch with the students. We were in Chicago at the time, camping at that big chain of lakes area north of Chicago and northwest. But and so they held a meeting and in one of the camping areas. And they said that they told us about the news because some of us didn't know about it but I think we all did have some sense of it. I'm not real clear on how much I knew about it. But like I said before, we were told to, keep in touch with the news. So even though that was before we were actually separated, I was separated from the group for like 4 or 5 months. While they were also holding meetings all over the country, I was hitchhiking back and forth, holding little meetings in little towns, like in Liberal, Kansas, and up in Vermont and other places, but in Texas and Brownsville. But anyway, so I know I'm making this a long story, but they said that two individuals had infiltrated the group, and so that the FBI. Well, they didn't say this at the meeting, but I learned from another person that the FBI had come to a meeting that T and O were going to speak at, and wanted to talk to them, and spoke to students, and the students said, "Well, we'll go tell them that you want to talk to them," and they went out the back door because they didn't want to be questioned by the FBI, because they knew that they didn't do anything wrong, and that that they didn't want to be because they were already being talked about as being UFO cult, and that what they wanted to talk to them about was whether they had any responsibility for the cattle mutilations that were happening at that time in Oklahoma and Colorado and Wyoming, maybe a little bit. And they knew that they had nothing to do with that. And so they didn't want to be subject to that. So they went out the back door instead of being questioned by them. But what they did in that meeting, when they told us that we were infiltrated and that, the news had broken, that's what they told us, the story of the news had broken, and where, they were being called dangerous cult members. So that they said that they believed that the understanding of being shot down in the streets was that they were shot down by the media. Their reputations were shot down as being, decent people or whatever, so they were looked at as criminals now. And so that's what but they said to the students, to all of us, that they fully understood that we might not want to follow with them anymore because of how much a part of what they were saying had to do with them proving that they could heal their vehicles and rise from the dead in what they called a demonstration. Now, so they fully understood that people wanted to not follow them anymore. But for the most part, they said, Doe reported this in 88 Update, that they didn't say this at the meeting, that the students said, okay, well, what's next? Well, let's go on. So in a sense, that was like the first sowing of seeds with some people of doubt in them, being a reason for them to leave. Okay. But it didn't faze me at all. Didn't make any difference to me, even though I was studying Revelation, and that material like crazy. Well, at that time, even though that wasn't instruction to do that, we didn't have instructions to not do it. So I felt fully, so I could talk to people about it. I was interested in it. It made sense to me. Anyway, but I was telling people that that I wasn't going to die when I was traveling around talking to preachers, and yet in my mind I thought I was going to be bumped off by somebody like that. for telling him that, T and O was the return of the Father and Jesus. I knew that was kind of a big stretch for Christians to handle.
Of course.
So yeah, so that was like answer to your question of whether I doubted. You could say that I was kind of doubting in my mind by not believing 100% that I would step on a spacecraft with my body, with my physical body. I mean, there's ways of looking at that are completely accurate, because what we were developing was the soul body is what was actually changing, was developing. And that was the body that was always the case, was going to graduate into the next level, the soul body. They don't need human vehicles in the next level, because they give you a new vehicle when you get to the next level. That's one that's like the vehicles that they all have, to do our task with. And so, but I didn't know all that at the time in 1975. So for me, I thought it was possible that I could get on a spacecraft with my body. I didn't think that wasn't possible, but I had this sense that I was going to be killed, because I had this kind of idea that martyrdom was the ultimate sacrifice, which Jesus kind of taught that, that laying down your body for somebody else was the greatest love that you could show for somebody else. And that's where the idea of the military comes in, where, you're sacrificing yourself for the greater good. Right. And, and that's where, like, a fireman, rushes into a burning building thinking that they might die in that burning building.
When I was in Iraq, I don't know if I've told you that before. I was in Iraq for most of the year 2005, and I was in combat there in Iraq. And at the time, it wasn't really about, for speaking only for myself, right? To me, it wasn't really about potentially sacrificing my life for the greater good. It was more about simply doing my duty and not being attached to the politics of the situation. This is what I signed up to do. And in that sense, it's my duty. Whether I think this is right or wrong is irrelevant.
Right.
This is my function. This is my duty. This is what I must do. And I must not be attached to my life in that sense.
Right.
That's how you stay sane in that kind of situation.
Right.
It sounds similar to the kind of mentality that you had at the time.
Well, yeah. I mean, there is a similarity to it, of course, and it's. I mean, but the idea of the military is that it's a service environment.
Right. Right.
And that's the same thing with the next level. It's a service environment. You're in service to your older member.
Right.
The captain.
Just like you're in service to your chain of command.
Yeah, you respect that. You believe in it.
Right.
You think that this is from the point in somebody's life, that's the right thing to do. For that person. And of course, then all kinds of things happen, and sometimes the horror of war is pretty horrible. And and that's where PTSD comes from. My dad went through an enormous PTSD.
No, I also want to tell you, just in the sake of fairness, okay, I don't want to paint myself out like I'm Rambo or something over here, right? The whole time I was in Iraq, I never used my weapon once. I never pulled the trigger in any situation. So when I say I was in combat, I don't mean he was shooting at me and I was shooting back.
Right.
It was more like he was shooting at me and I would duck.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like face to face, like in the movies.
Yeah, I know, I understand that.
Right. So I never pulled the trigger at all the whole time I was in Iraq. And as far as I know, I never shot at anybody, but I'm pretty
So
sure.
you mean like, you know, like, let's say there was a mortar attack on your base, you
Right,
run for cover.
right, exactly. There were situations when we were exactly that. We were taking rockets. And I was a medic, right? And mostly I worked in what we called a field hospital. And
Yeah,
there were situations, I remember once I was in a place called Balad, at a place called Fab Anaconda in Balad in Iraq. And we were in this field hospital and we started taking rockets. And we had to evacuate the hospital and run into these bunkers and wait for a couple of hours for the all clear. So we were taking indirect fire, like,
yeah,
rocket, so yeah, I was in situations just like that where but you want to, can I tell you kind of something that's a little bit funny as an aside?
sure.
It's kind of like an example of, like, you might call it black humor or gallows humor. The Iraqis in general, because usually they were just like civilian guerrillas,
Yeah,
civilian militia. They weren't really organized, uniformed, professional military. They were just like people that lived around there that had a bunch of munitions laying around, right? So sometimes, because they were all left over from the Iran-Iraq war and stuff like that, so sometimes they would have the equipment, they would have the mortars, they would have the mortar tubes, and they would know the basics of how to use them. But sometimes they wouldn't set the timers right on the mortars. Like, you can set them on timers. So sometimes they would send mortars up, and then you'd hear the thump. You'd hear the thumping noise, and then you'd know that they're soon sending mortars because you just heard this noise that signals. But half the time they wouldn't set the timer right, so it would explode before it ever hit the ground. So it would be like fireworks. They'd send them up, and then you'd see this thing just like bursting in the air. And then you'd kind of laugh at them because, okay, they're trying to send stuff up at us, but they don't know how to set the fuse right.
yeah, yeah.
How to use them properly. So most of the time they would just kind of explode in the air. It was more about, they were more like just trying to harass us, But then I was also in situations that were more dangerous than that. But that's all an aside. So in what year did they, quote unquote, close the harvest?
1976. It was announced, T was being heckled at a meeting that was poorly attended that the T and O were speaking at in, I believe it was Oklahoma, no, not Oklahoma City. Manhattan, Kansas, maybe. I'm not sure now. I'm losing that part of it. Exactly what I do this little thing in my head sometimes where I can't, two things like reverse themselves in there. I've had that all my life, but it's not just getting old. But that's what just happened just now with not remembering the exact town where they were holding that meeting. But she just felt like she stood up and said, the harvest is closed, and they ended the meeting, and then they gave word to the different groups that were traveling around, which we had a network of communication with through leaving messages at hotels and things that we weren't staying at, but we could leave a message there, like for somebody, it was a little bit of a, you could say a little bit of a deceit because nobody intended to stay at the hotel, so they were using that as a message board, but nobody was harmed by it, so, but anyway, we had that kind of a communication method between the groups. And so they told the groups to finish their meetings that they had scheduled and then wait for new instructions. And then, so that the meetings were done in the group that I was in because I had rehooked up with them, but through kind of coincidental circumstances from hitchhiking around without them. And so we did our last meeting in Fayetteville, Arkansas. It was very poorly attended.
I just thought of something, Sawyer. May I ask you a question, please? May I interject?
Yeah.
I just thought of something, and pardon my interruption. I don't mean to be rude, but it's just while I've got this question. So you were hitchhiking around by yourself, you say? So
No, I was with my partner.
oh, okay. So I was about to ask you, how come you weren't with your Czech partner, but you were?
Yes, I was.
All right. Okay.
There were individuals that found themselves alone sometimes. Like, let's say the Czech partner decided to leave, you know, and they were left alone. So then they would, whatever they were doing in a car or whatever. That did happen sometimes, but I don't know too much about the details of that. I just know in general it happened. Well, I know Dan Doty at one point, my partner, wasn't too wanting to be around anymore. She talked to me about it. So I'm not basing that on just a hypothetical. But she didn't end up leaving, and we ended up staying together, and we rejoined with a group. So so then we got word that there were going to be no more meetings, and then we were just waiting for instructions, and then they gave instructions to the group coordinators that we were going to be meeting up in Wyoming.
So even within the group, similar to a military environment, there was a sort of chain of command with
Yes.
coordinators, and they report to they report to Applewhite Nuttles, and did it sort of work like everybody else reported to them, or did everybody else report directly to Applewhite Nuttles, or did it go like in the military?
No.
Chain of command. You don't talk right to the captain. You talk to the sergeant, and the sergeant talks to them, and then they talk to the captain. So in the group, did it work like that?
Well, yes, but yes and no at the same time. The group coordinators had no authority over us.
Uh-huh.
They had, but well, I shouldn't say that absolutely exactly, because see, the group coordinators were the only ones that would go to the payphone to make the phone call, or to be there at the payphone to receive a phone call, because they had instructions wherever we were camping to go to town and find a payphone that can receive a phone call and be there at a certain time. So that how would they know? They were given a phone number to call, like a hotel, a Holiday Inn was used a lot of times, where they could leave a phone number for them, for that phone number, so that T&O or their helpers, they called them helpers in that context because they weren't coordinating a group at that point. They were just being helpful to T&O. They would call into that hotel and see if there was any messages for them, because they were anticipating meeting somebody, whatever they would say.
Were the helpers treated better than everybody else in general? Did they have
No.
special privileges that other people didn't have, or was everything?
Well, I don't know if they didn't have some things that, that other people didn't have. It was always possible that that was the case, but in the overview of it, no. I mean, like, I'll give you an example. Okay. We used to have a retreat we would go to. Now, the people that had jobs in the world would go to that retreat on weekends, because they tried to get us to have jobs to where we could have our weekends free.
This is when you started moving into houses.
Yeah.
Well, about what year was that, please?
What was that?
Well, about what year did they make the transition and everybody started? And about what year did
1980 or 81?
80 or 81? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think
They were no-
yeah, early 81 at the latest, I think.
Was everybody required to get a job?
No, we didn't get jobs for the first. Well, it was some months after we were living in houses that we were actually still camping in Provo, Utah, in the mountains, in the Wasatch Mountains, when we got instructions for some individuals to try to get a job in Provo. And I got a job at the Kmart in Provo, Utah. And, but it was about 2 weeks later that I quit that job because of instructions. And we ended up eventually moving into houses. And then we didn't work for a number of months in the houses in Evergreen, Colorado, and then in Denver, Littleton, Colorado. And then we didn't have jobs then. And then we didn't have a job. And then we moved to Texas. We were in a house where we didn't have jobs. And
How
then
do you pay? So how do you pay the rent in all these places if you didn't have jobs?
they had money from when people joined. Some people had
Ah,
money. They
okay.
donated a lot of money.
If I remember correctly, then like his name was David Cabot von Sinderen.
Yes,
If in the group, if I remember correctly, his name was Alodi.
right.
So, but I understand. Now, please correct me if I'm wrong. But I understand that he came from a wealthy family in the first place, and he was basically bankrolling a lot of this. Is that so?
Well, no, not exactly in those terms. But yes and no. Yes and no. What happened was uh, I don't know where they got the money before they got Alodi's money. But I think Lagodi had a bunch of money that he brought into the group, and there might have been a couple others that had a lot of money that they added to the group. So I don't know about, but I remember at one point while we were still living outdoors, Alodi ended up having special instructions to get in touch with his vehicle's family because he had a trust fund.
Right.
And they tapped into that trust fund a number of times, I think, over the years, those first years, even when we were still in houses. And then I remember Sarah Fody, who's Sarah of Mark and Sarah, she also had access to some money, but she wasn't from a rich family, but she did have some access to some money, I believe, that I think she got. But that was after we had jobs already, I think. That happened.
Who handled the money? Did since everything it sounds like everything in the group was collective. It was all on a communal level. So did all the money that everybody was earning from their in other words, would the money that people earned from respective jobs go into a common bank account, or who handled the money, or how was that handled? Who had access to the bank accounts?
Well, I don't know too much about that because I wasn't in that crew. We had students that, and this was like in the early 80s when we moved into houses, and even into well, it was certainly before 1985 because T was in her vehicle and she died. Her vehicle died in June 19th of 1985. So that's a date I seem to still remember. But they had assigned, by that time, they had assigned students to be the pursers, they called them, the purse, which comes from the Navy. And so they, I know that T and Doe kept a certain amount of money aside in case they felt like they had instructions to up and move to another part of the planet even, They wanted to be ready to do that if they felt like they had instructions to do that. So they always kept a certain amount of money aside, and I don't know how much that was, but something in my head tells me that it was about $10,000, but I don't know if it was.
Then you could kind of call it emergency fund. I mean, again, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, no, I don't know what to call. Yeah, I don't know what to call it, but it was that same basis,
right?
For whatever they would need it for. Now I don't know if they kept that in the bank. I suspect that they did not keep it in the bank, but they did have sometimes a bank account, but I think that was more for legalities when we formed little, so that students could cash checks from their jobs and stuff. But we would take the money, I would go into the bank and cash the check. But those were in the days where all you needed was an ID. You could go into any bank. You didn't have to have an account. And you didn't have to be seen repeatedly. You could go into any bank with a, if they would question the check, then we would have them call the employer
So when everybody moved into the
to
house,
verify that the check was legitimate.
when everybody moved into houses and stopped camping, where did Nettles and Applewhite live? Did they live with the group, or where did they live?
Well, at first they had a trailer, because they ended up having a trailer while we were living outdoors. And they also had passed on a trailer to us. So we lived in trailers, and we lived in pop-ups also. And during that time, I think they lived in a pop-up at one time, because they would upgrade themselves to a trailer, and then they would pass on whatever they had before that, whether it was a trailer or a pop-up, to us. And so we used like we were living in Northern Colorado when we had the Nutrilab started, to where they were supplying us with food, and doing supplies, doing all the purchasing of supplies. They had a trailer at that point, and it was parked about, I'd say, 50 yards away from the camp. And the camp at that point was quite sophisticated, to where we had generators. We would bury the generators underground, and have a board, to muffle the sound of them, buried underground, so that we had a certain amount of electricity. We had, Pac-Man computer system, the first one that came out on this little tiny computer, and we had TV. It was actually a schoolhouse in Wyoming. That was a one-room schoolhouse. That was like a log cabin. It wasn't very big at all. It was in the middle of nowhere. There was nothing around it of any kind of civilization sign. But we were renting leasing that space. And so we would have TV in there, and we would spend time in there when the weather was bad. But we also had big tents that were Army tents. We had one that was a big, huge Army tent, mess hall tent. And we had another tent that was a big green tent where we ate at. And the Army tent, we ended up using that for the Nutrilab, where we had gas stoves operating on gas. And they would go to town, and we'd go to town almost every day to fill up with water and get, propane tanks filled, so that we could have this operation. We had tents that were they were organized to be in two long oblong strips, to where we had all these Coleman tents that were two-person tents, and were adjacent to this hallway of tents made out of these tents that were called leisure ports. And they had sides that would come down like a V-shaped, so that you would tack it to the ground with each part of the wall of the tent, but formed a V opening that you would put another tent. You would put a window in it, or put a side on it, or put a door on it, and those were butt up against, and then all these Coleman tents, these like rectangular shaped tents that you could stand in the middle if you were under 6 feet tall, and would be butted up against this hallway of tents. And then we had lights in there so that at night, which we were very rarely up beyond, into the dark very much, it would look like, like a facility, like, on the Arctic somewhere, where it just lit up. We had two of those right next to each other. And then we had tents going between them so that we never had to be in the weather if it was raining or snowing.
To go back to what you were talking about earlier, and again, I'm not putting words in your mouth or anything, I'm using my words, but when it came to kind of the paranoia of the scrutiny or the attention of the authorities, if you had that kind of an arrangement from the air, it'd be much more difficult to tell how many people are down there if you don't see a bunch of individual tents.
Yeah, that's true.
From a logistical point of view, it would be very hard from the air to identify anything other than some kind of structure.
But no, you would know that there was something going on down there.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because you would see the big green tent when we had meetings where 60 something people at that point would be in there in that tent at one time, all in chairs and, having a meeting. So you couldn't see inside of it, of course, from the air, but you would see that tent. Then you would see the mess hall tent, which was also as big for a meeting as well. You could have, because we would eat in that tent. We had folding tables, those that we set up, and we had folding chairs. We had used the lawn chairs. We all had every person had their own lawn chair the whole time, and
you mean you had your own lawn chair that you were assigned to?
Yeah, that was our own personal chair.
Like that's your chair?
Yeah.
And did you have to sit in the same place?
We had a name on it or anything, but it wasn't any, they were different colors and stuff, but there's nothing different about them. They were. When
you would assemble in that tent, would you have assigned seats and everybody would sit in the same place every time?
We would bring our lawn chairs with us and sit in our chairs.
But would you have to sit in a specific place? Or could you basically sit where you wanted?
At first, you just sat where you wanted. But sometimes they would organize us so that we were, so that they could see everybody's face. And sometimes, like the real tall people wouldn't be sitting in front of the shorter people, so that they could see everybody.
Well, I want to ask you about the trailer.
And then we did have some assigned seating. When we were in houses, we didn't have lawn chairs anymore, but we just had folding chairs that actually stayed put most of the time. And we even had markings with tape on the floor of sometimes a big living room area, to where we put so that they wouldn't have to reorganize every time they had a meeting into where people would sit. And sometimes the chairs stayed in place.
I want to ask you about the trailer that they lived in now, if that's okay.
Sure.
Did they have bunk beds in there, or did they have their own separate individual beds?
Did
they have private rooms?
They were bunk beds.
So the two Nettles and Applewhite slept on bunk beds in the trailer. Do you know who slept on top and who slept on the bottom?
I'm not saying it was always the case, with that, because they could have had like the room that they could have. See, I'm going by that because I was living in one of the trailers that used to be their trailer, and it had a bunk bed in it. But that didn't mean that one didn't sleep in that room, because these were little trailers. These were like tiny ones. But the other one slept in the kitchen area, potentially. Like if you have a pop-up, the pop-up has a place that you can make a table and there's a stove and all that. But then you got a bunk that's right next to that. That's right. So because I'm sure that they would have wanted to keep separation from themselves. Like even in the pop-ups, you had bunks on both sides, of the kitchen area, so you could actually sleep 6 people in the pop-ups that we were sleeping in.
I ask you now about the person named.
That's if the people were sleeping next to each other. We didn't do that. We didn't sleep next to each other, and I don't think they did. But I was never with them. But when they were in the houses and they were in the same quarters of the house, they had like the master bedroom. They had separate beds.
But they stayed in the same room.
Yes.
In the master bedroom.
Yes.
So they did have, even they didn't have, what I'm getting at is, did they have a level of privacy in their personal lives that the rest of the group didn't have? Or was their level of privacy about the same as everybody else's? Like, could they just go to their room and try to relax if they wanted to get away from everybody? Or were they just...
Well, yeah. I mean, they could, a certain amount of separation. They had a certain amount of privacy, but and we did too. We had. I mean, it was among us. It wasn't. It wasn't part of the program to want privacy. But we did have privacy in the bathroom. So, there were no cameras in the bathrooms, or we had cameras sometimes throughout the craft. Sometimes.
Really?
Well, we had cameras on the outside at one point when we were being harassed by people in the community where we were living in Texas. And then we didn't have cameras in the rooms, in the rest chambers. So I take that back. But we had TVs in all the rooms. Sometimes we had TVs in the bathroom sometimes.
Bathroom?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they wanted us to maintain our schedule and still be able to have access to the news when the news was being played. So let's say you had an out of craft task, which we called a job in the world, an out of craft, because we called our house a craft. You would have to get up a certain time, and you'd have to have, take your shower, and then go to, shave or whatever it was that you had to do every day, and then get dressed, and then go eat. Well, another crew was preparing the food, which was a lot of times like cream of wheat or malt-o-meal or oatmeal or something.
Can I ask you a quick question, please?
Sure.
Who decided what you would wear on a given day?
We decided ourselves what to wear, but the wardrobe was it was communal wardrobe, but there were only a certain amount of shirts that would fit somebody, a certain amount of pants that would fit somebody. And so you could choose among them, though, of the size that you could wear, of what to wear when you went to your job, according to what your job was, too. And like some of the females at first weren't allowed to, they would get a job in an office and they weren't allowed to wear slacks. So they would have to wear something like a dress that would, like come down like right at the knees, because they didn't want to stand out as being weird. And so they wouldn't like wear a long dress down to their feet, or they wouldn't wear a long dress, down to their, just their ankles, like they used to do in the old days, and because that wasn't customary, they didn't want to stand out as being like religious or something, or so they would have to wear stockings and shoes that were appropriate to that office environment for the kind of job that they had. Because Norody and Milody, they had high-tech jobs in big corporations like Texas Instruments and Dell and Dell Computers and MTech, the banking system, MTech. Melodia was a manager of the programming department
From where?
for MTech. She was a programming manager, a programmer analyst, they called him.
She had a very responsible job.
Yes, she had people that, were, and they had managerial jobs even when working remotely from those corporations. Like a subscriber computer where we had 6 of us working as a subscriber computer at one point, working remotely. And we would be in a different state and they would be doing conference calls as managers of the departments. Nora already was a manager of technical writers for the documentation of the software that the company was producing. So they were well liked.
Say what?
They were well liked, and sometimes they would fly to the other state, to California, when we were living in Arizona or Texas, to go to a meeting that they were required to be at in person.
We're talking about highly intelligent professional people.
Yes, that's right.
People with healthy IQs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right. I know if I'm not, I forget the name she was born with, but I believe I know who Melody was because she was in the documentary.
Ella Richter.
Pardon me?
Ella Richter.
She was the one who they pictured her younger in like 1975 or 76. And then she was the one who, if I'm not mistaken, I could be mistaken. She was the one who was saying, I know it's possible to change and grow and outdo your humanness because I'm seeing it happen.
Yeah, that's her, I think.
Yeah, she made an impression on me. And
she was also in the exit videos.
Right.
Of talking about how, yes, you have to hate the human kingdom to graduate, but that doesn't mean that they personally hate their vehicles, families and stuff, and they don't mean to hurt anybody.
Right.
But this is the way it works. It's like we have to disconnect from our roots in order to become a new creature.
She's the one who's saying that, some people might not understand and they'd say, well, if you're so intelligent and you have all this going for you, why would you give it all away and just join?
Yes, that's right.
She's the one.
Yeah.
She made an impression on me. I remember her very well. The first time.
She was my last partner.
Pardon me?
She was going to be my last partner.
What happened?
She was one of my last partners before I left. Well,
you miss her.
Well, no, I don't miss her. I just I respect her. I love her as a fellow student.
Maybe I'm misperceiving.
A beautiful soul.
Maybe I'm misperceiving something. Maybe I'm way out in left field here, but it seemed to me like you started to sort of tear up a little bit there, thinking of her.
No, I was tearing up a little bit before that because of her expression of how she loves her family. She loves her vehicle's family, but she knew that it was going to hurt them to leave everything behind. And that's painful to feel. And I know she was feeling that pain. And I feel that pain right now, that pain of separation from people that you love in order to do something that you feel like you have to do, you want to do, to where you're forming a new commitment of love to a new family, which she was doing and we were doing. And so I do have that love for my classmates. Even the ones that dropped out and went against T&O, I feel a love for them.
I don't blame you a bit either. I don't blame you at all. It's perfectly natural, in my opinion. Of course.
I mean, people ask me all the time, do you regret leaving? And I say, yes, I do. But how can you regret leaving? But you have a daughter, that you speak highly of, and you know, so but I love my daughter also.
I remember seeing the first time I ever saw you, Sawyer, was in a documentary in about 1998. I remember seeing you in a documentary over 20 years ago. And at the very end of the documentary, it was obviously before your daughter was born, because at the very end of the documentary, you've got your, if I remember correctly, you've got your head up against your wife's belly or the mother's belly. You've got your head right there by her belly, and you're saying, you know, if I'd have been castrated, I wouldn't have this little baby.
I said that?
No, in so many words. In so many words. You didn't.
I don't think I was thinking that way at that time.
But you put it in terms of the castrations, and you said something like, and again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you said something like to the effect of, if I'd have done that, then she wouldn't be here, and that's special to me.
Well, I know people. I know there's been people that have wondered about that from that photo shoot. You know, that the video from the BBC when they came to my house where I was living in Carmel when my partner was pregnant, and I was rubbing olive oil on her belly.
Yeah, I remember seeing that documentary a long time ago.
We did that on a regular basis because my partner told me that she learned that it reduced the stretch marks. Okay. And I do remember feeling that was a very odd circumstance. I even joked about it as, you know, feeling like kind of pornographic, you know, that, you know, we were laying in our bed and, you know, we were fully clothed, but her belly was showing, and, you know, a big pregnant belly. And putting olive oil on, and they had lights coming in from outside the room, you know, so they could get a certain amount of distance from and there was the guy with the camera inside the room, and, you know, and other people, you know, several, you know, 3 or 4 people around that, you know, that staging of that event. And I have to go back and look at that to see if I gave that impression.
That's the impression I got. Maybe
I did give that impression. I'm not saying that you got it wrong.
But you were saying that if I'd have been castrated with everybody else, that my precious daughter wouldn't be here right now. And you were saying this in a.
No, people have asked me that.
Yeah.
Not that one. I don't think in that documentary, but I've been asked that question. You know, if I had been castrated, then I wouldn't have. What I say to that is that, well, then she would have been born to somebody else. You know, I mean, the spirit and or soul of that vehicle is independent of me. You know, Tiendo taught that our offspring don't belong to us. We don't own them. They're not our property, and they're meant to outgrow being with their parents and to go off on their own to become what they want to become. You know, it's meant to be that way. And so separating from them is natural, actually.
Speaking of family relationships, I want to ask you about, if I remember correctly, and I'm pretty sure I do, I want to ask you about the person now called Destody, Thomas Nichols.
Yes.
Right, the brother of the famous Nichelle Nichols. I don't have to tell you who that was. Now, did he have any as far as you know, right? I mean, certain things you weren't in his shoes, but was he allowed contact with his sister? Did she ever visit the group? Did you have any kind of, did you ever?
I never visited the group. I can't imagine that ever happened.
Say what?
I can't imagine that anyone from the families visited the group, except there's a couple kind of exceptions to that, in a sense. And I don't know what exceptions Tiendo and or Do made at any given time. I mean, we did have our visits. We had
But
visits.
as far as you know, did he ever visit his sister?
Yes, yes. In 1985 and 1986, 7, we had visits with the families. And I know he went on a visit and he came back. So I can't imagine that he didn't make arrangements that if Nichelle wanted to be there when he was visiting his family, or I don't know if his parents were still living. I don't know the details of that. That she wouldn't have been there. I imagine she would have been there.
Were T and Doe Star Trek fans? Did they watch Star Trek? About when did they start to incorporate the Star Trek? When did they start to incorporate the Star Trek angle into their teaching? So
I think we first watched it, I think, before The Next Generation. But then after T left their vehicle, I remember watching it regularly with Doe. Actually, he would sit and watch with us a lot of times. I shouldn't say a lot of times, a number of times. As opposed to, I don't remember T actually sitting with us and watching TV. With T and Doe sitting with us together watching TV, and Doe didn't sit with us and watch TV, except by himself when T was in her vehicle. But after T left her vehicle, then Doe did sit with us sometimes and watch TV. But with Star Trek was the only show that I think we watched with him.
when did they start using like Star Trek type jargon within the group? Or it seems like it was always, and again, I want to be careful not to put words in your mouth, but using technical language for everything, like calling it the neutral lab or the fiber lab or the bath chamber. It seems like they were using kind of science fiction-y nomenclatures or quasi-military sounding nomenclatures for things to begin with. But when did they start using the Star Trek jargon?
Well, the only jargon I can associate with Star Trek and that developed within use to some degree in the classroom was surrounding ideas.
Well, I mean, after all, they wore patches saying away team.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
The idea of the away team was one example of that, okay? But we didn't talk about ourselves as, except like in a meeting, Doe might say, that's where that first came up. Doe would say that, we're like an away team, maybe that would have come up. Like sometimes we talked about the show after the show was over, like with the Borg, for example, that came up right after the show was over. That was the movie, I think. That was one of the Star Trek movies. And if I remember correctly, but I might be wrong about that. But sometimes Doe would, have a meeting days after a Star Trek episode where he would bring up something that happened in Star Trek, and we'd all talk about maybe the things that we noticed in it that were next level like, and so he would be looking for the input of students, what they felt like stood out to them of special interest, like with the Mark Twain story, for example, or for the holodeck, the idea of a holodeck, and that, that we were really living in a hologram, in a sense, that was a material hologram. In other words, had physicality to it.
He even says so, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
It's either Lagodi or Talodi. I forget which one. It's either Lagodi or Talodi at the end of the exit statements video that says, we're in a holodeck, we're about to get out.
Yeah.
He even says it.
Yeah.
Explicitly.
Right. But it's not like that became, we didn't have any kind of a room or something that we considered to be like the holodeck.
Right. No, of course not.
No, we didn't do anything like that. And we didn't have any, those patches didn't exist while we were in the classroom, but we did associate ourselves while I was in the classroom as being an away team. We were separate from, we were gone and we were away from our next level membership, because see, while T was still in her vehicle, they came to understand that some of the individuals that were among us had been in the next level before entering these vehicles. That the souls had come back from being in the next level. In other words, they had vehicles in the next level. They had next level vehicles that, but they weren't vehicles that had graduated to adult membership. So there were vehicles that had more elementary tasks. Like, for instance, the Luciferians had elementary tasks in the next level. I think that's why Enoch wrote about them as the Watchers, because watching, observing something was an elementary task. So let's say you had a spacecraft and you were assigned to watch over the humans in North America, and you had computer systems, on board that craft that were developed for that task. And you were sitting at the computer system watching to see if there was any lights that shine a little brighter, as if they were asking for help from the highest source they could reach it, however they thought about it. Somebody, they were in a life and death situation, and they were saying to the stars, they were saying, is there somebody that can help me with this, And that might be a little brighter light on that computer screen. And so the job was to do that kind of thing. And then they might have instructions on how to handle certain things regarding that kind of a job, but they didn't have instructions to actually, they would have to be making decisions on whether what they were asking for was something they had instructions to handle, just like in the military, or not. If they didn't have instructions how to handle it, then they would have to try to go to their higher up, the overseer of that task, the overseer of that spacecraft, and say, what do we do in this circumstance?
And sometimes you find yourself in a situation for which there is no regulation and you don't quite know what to do or what's
right.
Right.
Right. Sometimes you don't have access to the captain or the sergeant.
You just got to do the best you can on the fly.
Right. You do the best you can. You take a you take a chance on the positive.
You
think,
improvise.
what can be the best positive I can do? And if in doubt, don't do anything.
In the military, they would say you got to improvise and overcome. And I didn't mean to make a pun there. Within your group, they would talk about overcoming, and they would talk about the same kind of thing in the military, but just in different. And they mean something different by it. They say you got to improvise and overcome. If this situation seems challenging and you don't know what to do, or you don't know the right way out, improvise and overcome.
You got to deal with it.
You got
right, exactly. And it's same thing with us. We were given those same kind of guidelines in terms of the way that the next level works. That military didn't come about by accident. All that.
I'm not laughing at you. I don't mean.
No, I don't think you are. I think you're recognizing that it's true. And it's like, this whole planet was designed, with all these options, all these opportunities so that souls could grow, to overcome them and overcome diversity. Diversity is one of the biggest teachers that we have.
See, I'll tell you, in terms of, you're not interviewing me, I'm interviewing you, but I'll just speak personally for a minute. In terms of my own personal spirituality and belief system, it's really not all that different than what you're describing, except in details and in what you might call technological aspects. right? Like what I believe about the spiritual world, the material world, and our place in it, whether we're these bodies and our ultimate destination in eternity, it's not really all that different than what you're describing. It just sort of has a different, like, cultural patina to it.
Yes,
Do you mind if I go to the bathroom again real quick?
sure.
I'll be right back.
I'm gonna get some water too, so,
We'll take a short break. I'll be right back.
all right.
It's really not all that different.
You look here too? Both sides?
What?
You look on this side as well?
Yeah, I really couldn't. I don't know what I'm looking for, so that's why I was waiting. I just asked them right now. He's not off the call yet. I thought he was off the call too.
Get some water.
Can I have another one?
I don't know. I don't know if you do.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So to kind of go back to point A, and I've never, you and me, we've never met in person, and I don't claim to be your best buddy or anything, but I think of you as my friend.
Yeah.
And I know that you will not misunderstand what I'm saying. I know that I take it for granted that you will know that I'm not being disrespectful if I speak a little frankly.
That's fine.
Because I do respect you and I like you. Now, I'm going to go back to the beginning of this interview. When I first saw what was going on in March of '97, can I tell you about the first time I ever heard of Heaven's Gate?
Sure.
I was sitting there, it was a Thursday night, if I'm not mistaken. It was on a Thursday night. I was sitting there watching some program on ABC. It was about 7 or 8 at night. I was sitting there watching some show on ABC. I forget what it was. If I'm not mistaken, it was a Thursday. Sam Donaldson broke in. He interrupted the broadcast. Sam Donaldson broke in and he said, "We're getting news out of San Diego about a mass suicide, and several bodies have been recovered." And they didn't know any details at the time. And at the time, they thought it was a bunch of men because they had identical haircuts and they were unidentifiable. They were saying, "It looks like a bunch of monks all killed themselves, a bunch of males out in San Diego. We don't know what's going on." And then in the next several days that followed, more and more details came out. And then I forget his name in the group, but Rio D'Angelo came out and he started providing tapes and they started doing interviews. And that's how I started learning more and more. And at first, when I first started learning about the particulars of the group and what their belief system was and why they did what they did in terms of how they exited, the first thing I thought was, when I started looking, okay, here's another thing. I remember writing Rakoti in '97, late '97 and early '98, because I remember Rakoti, I'm just going to use the term killed himself. Rakoti killed himself, and if I'm not mistaken, January or February of '98. And up until then, I'd been in touch with him, and he's the one that sent me the graduation video, and he's the one that sent me Doe's Final Exit. Rakoti sent me a copy of Doe's Final Exit, and he also sent me a copy of the exit statement tape. And he sent me some DVDs too. And I lost all that stuff a long time ago. And then I checked my email one more time, and I got an email from Rakoti's daughter saying, "Well, my dad killed himself last month and you're not going to hear from him anymore." And I was pretty shocked. I thought, oh my God, all of a sudden his daughter started replying from his email account as if he'd left her some kind of instructions before he left. But the first time I watched Doe's Final Exit, I remember I got this tape in the mail, and I remember I watched it with my mom. My mother and I sat down together. We put that tape in the VCR and we watched it together one night, the whole tape, right? I was 23. No, I was 23 at the time, maybe 24, probably 23. And I remember I watched Doe's final exit with my mother. And by the end of that, I thought, and this is where I'm going to say some stuff. I don't want you to misunderstand. I thought, this Applewhite guy's nuts. Like, this is some far out stuff. Like, the first thing I thought is that this guy's crazy. Like, he's out of his mind. He's talking nonsense. What the hell is going on? So the first thing I thought was, how did this crazy guy do that? Like, and what I mean by that is, how did he get all of these people to go along with his crazy stuff? Like, how in the world did this? Not that I wanted to learn how to do it too. Not that I wanted to start my own little group and do some stuff. No, I just thought, this guy's nuts. How did he convince these people that he is who he said that he was? And that's when I started my whole study into the fascinating world of social psychology and group influence. That's the group that got me started with my fascination on the world of groups we would call cults. It all started with Heaven's Gate. And so now I'm just going to, again, I'll just speak a little personally now. I remember at the end of, or a little more personally rather, at the end of the Heaven's Gate Cult of Cults documentary, one of the other former members of the group is talking about you. And he says, and again, I'm not putting words in his mouth. He basically, in effect, he says, Sawyer, he's that poor guy. He says, he's living in the past. He hasn't processed what's happened to him. He's talking about you as if you're some kind of victim of mind control.
Right.
He's talking about you, and he's a friendly. He doesn't put you down. He just says, I took it a little bit patronizing, frankly. Like, oh, that poor guy, he just doesn't realize what's going on. And I frankly understand the point he's making. But my impression is, and I am no expert, I am not a mental health professional. I have a degree in psychology and social psychology. And I've studied this stuff. I've been in the field for a little while. But I have every impression that you truly believe. Like, you're not, we talk about coercive persuasion and mind control and undue influence and all this stuff, but at the end of the day, Sawyer really believes this stuff.
Yep.
Right? Like, that's the real impression I get. Like, I know about, like, sometimes people can be tricked into thinking and behaving in ways they might not normally. I understand the psychology of how all that works, but no, Sawyer really believes this. Like, Sawyer is a true believer. That's my impression. Now I'm going to get back to some more questions, if that's okay.
Sure. No. I can actually comment on one thing. I mean, I could comment on a number of things, but in 1998. I was in touch with Rick Cody also.
Well, Rick Cody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He asked me if I would help him with his exit. I mean, in some way, I don't know exactly how, but I was, I had a baby, and I didn't really want to be tied into him leaving his body, because of, I might be implicated in some way, as being, contributing to that or some way. So I told him that. I said, I can't do that, and he understood, and he was okay with it and went about his way, and he had sent me information. I had met with him in 1995 and before they exited, and big long story, but my frame of mind at the time was that I was happy with my human life, even though I had gone public, in 1997 and did 60 Minutes and Larry King and Geraldo and MSNBC, a bunch of stuff, radio and TV and interviews, but and always believed that it was 100%. Like what I said on 60 Minutes, when they asked me about the suicides and what I thought about all that, I said something to the effect of, suicide is not really the right word for this, because they weren't leaving for like human reasons. They weren't like, depressed or, wanting to get back at somebody, because the way they were treated, bullied, or, by parents, or they lost their fortune, and couldn't face something they did criminally, or, they didn't have any of those reasons that people commit suicide for. Their health wasn't suffering, they weren't, even though they thought that Applewhite, that Doe had, his vehicle had cancer, but then they said in the autopsy that there was no sign of it. So anyway, but when I saw it, I had a whole bunch of dreams at that time, and they were spread out over over a number of years, many years actually, but there were some that came very quickly, and it got to the point to where I felt like I wanted to be of service again. And I remember saying, in my talking with Doe, not in a dream, I, said, is there any way I can be of service and not have to leave my family behind? I have a daughter that's like 3 years old or whatever her age was at that point, and a partner, and a house and all that. And the thought I had that came back to me was, that's not necessary right now. So that was like giving me the go ahead that I could continue to think in these lines of being of service again to them. And because I never felt like they were dead. That never even occurred to me that, even if they were in the spirit form, I didn't think that was the case either, although they might have been in the spirit world for a while before they went back to a spacecraft that was outside of this planet's atmosphere. But so I started to look into I started to search online for, what was being talked about regarding Heaven's Gate, because I hadn't been exposed to any of it hardly. And I came upon those last 3 videos that Doe made in 1996 and 97, Doe's final exit included. And I remember seeing him with that headshot. I'd seen him bald before, so it wasn't that surprising to see him with no hair. But he definitely had aged more from when I last saw him. And it was ominous. It was like, I've described it as bizarre in some ways for me to take it in. And the things he was saying, I knew were true, but I didn't know how to handle them. It was like, it was too much for me. It was too much. It was difficult medicine, if you want to put it as medicine, to accept what he was saying. And so I would have to stop watching it, because I could feel the thoughts like, building up around me saying, not telling me that this isn't true, that this is wrong, this is lies, this is an illusion. None of those kind of thoughts, just the plain feeling that this is too hard to take for me right now. And so I knew that was, part of me knew that was the influences of the discarnate world and the space alien souls that didn't want me to accept it again, didn't want me to be of service again, wanted me to become their servant in the human kingdom. and I even saw evidence of that happening in my life through the music that I was doing, and and the things I was saying in the songs that I was writing, and so I knew that, okay, don't get freaked out by it, but just put it on hold. Look at, turn the video off at that spot and come back to it another time, and go about what I'm going to do. And that's what I did. And so it took a long time. I mean, maybe even years before I was totally comfortable with watching those exit videos. And I wasn't threatened by them. You know what I mean? By threatened?
Threatened in what way?
Threatened in the sense of knowing that that's my older member. That's the closest thing that we have to God incarnate. The highest source we can imagine being among us. Equivalent to Jesus and others that that I just don't know. I don't have as much evidence about. The evidence.
I wonder about. You know who I wonder about? I forget her name in the group because you were not in the class with her. Her name outside of the group, the name she was born with, was Yvonne McCurdy Hill.
I was in the group with her.
Oh, you were?
He was my partner in 1994 when we were holding public meetings.
Hold on. I'm sorry. My computer was just, okay. I was a little distracted.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought it was, no, you're right. You're right.
Yvonne McCurdy Hill is the
mixed
one.
up with even Odie. I'm sorry.
Yvonne McCurdy Hill is the one that she made the statement with all Odie, and she says, I'll be with the group for 6 months on Sunday. Right? She's saying, I've been in the group for less than 6. So it's amazing to me that she's the one I really wonder about, though, because she hadn't even been in the group for a year before they
Said that in the exit videos?
She's in the exit videos.
That's what she said that?
And she says, I'll be in the group 6 months Sunday. So she hadn't even been in the group 6 months yet before they persuaded her to do that. Her name was Yvonne, pardon?
Well, just so you know, there was no persuasion. I know that's hard to imagine, but nobody talked anybody into anything. How do you? I mean, it's not even like the military where you go to a recruiting station or you're told that you know that the military has all this power and they can, and all this stature and technology and the whole government is fortifies it, and we have all these holidays where we celebrate the military conquests, and that's all persuasion. You didn't have that with the cult of cults because nobody believed in them. You knew that it was lunatic to believe in them.
Believe in who?
UFOs. There's no persuasion in terms of UFOs because who knows if they existed or not, In
other words, from the point of view of the members of the group, they knew that outsiders are going to think we're all nuts.
Oh, yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. No question about it.
I think her name
how do you persuade somebody when there is no techniques of persuasion? You know what I mean? Like,
well, I mean,
don't have the backup of the history. I mean, they didn't even say that they were Jesus and the Father. They said we're not Jesus in 1975 and 76, and they maintained that the whole time. They never said they were Jesus because Jesus was the name of the vehicle that's what they said. They said they were from the same family that Jesus came from, because Jesus was the name of the vehicle that a soul from the next level above human, the kingdom of God, the kingdom of heaven, took over in order to do a task 2,000 years ago. The same as potentially Krishna and the Buddha, or one of the Buddhas, or a number of the Buddhas, maybe, we're doing tasks for the next level. And some of the Old Testament prophets, and Moses, and Enoch, and Adam, even to start off the experiment for this civilization only. But anyway, so if anything, they were persuading us to not. I don't know how to. But they weren't even doing that. They weren't trying to get rid of us either, because I know that can be twisted also. Go ahead.
Let me ask you like this, if I may, right? Okay, now most of the group had been together for more than 20 years before they exited together. It's my understanding that around 1994, they went on one last, maybe you were still with them in 1994.
Yeah.
Went on one last kind of recruiting jag.
Right.
There were a few people that joined during the post-94 period. Those people didn't have to go to the campgrounds. Those people weren't living in tents for years at a time. Those people could see all the changes that you saw.
Right.
By that time, the group was very firmly established and the routine was already there. So most of the group, I'm going to pull a number, 90% of them had been classmates, and they'd been together for 20, 25 years. It was only a few that joined at the very end that left with them. So they didn't have the intensive classroom training experience that the rest of you did. So what do you think kept them there? What do you think drew them in and kept them?
Well, that's it really can't be explained except for going into spiritual thinking. That's the only way you can explain it, really, logically.
You know what? Frankly, I am inclined to agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That just because we have a young vehicle, or in in the group for a short amount of time, like even 6 months, doesn't speak to the soul that's occupying that vehicle. The spirit, that's the mind of that soul in that body, even though that mind is got three facets to it. It's got the genetic history, it's got the environmental history from birth of the vehicle, the parents, what they taught in the schools and society and all that, that's another part of the mind of each of one of us. And then the third part of the mind from each one of us is our conscience, our morals, our ethics, our control of our vehicle. What we don't want the vehicle to do, that the vehicle might want to do. When we say no to the vehicle, no, you're not going to eat that whole cake. I know you want to eat the whole bowl, the whole half gallon of ice cream, but I'm not going to let you do it because I know it's not good for me. That's using next level mind when we control our vehicle. That's the third form of mind. Now, so that's all still within our terrestrial existence on this planet, that we have those three forms of mind. And so that when we die, when our vehicles die, that doesn't go away. We still have all the things that we became. All the disciplines, all the lack of disciplines, and everything. That's who we are. Now the next level can save that for future opportunity, and then bring it back to have an association with another vehicle. And then we take off from where we left off, so that we continue to learn, or we can even go backwards. We have that full choice, so that somebody like devotee is the vehicle that a soul was brought back to take over, and she didn't need that same kind of experience that all the others had in order to learn what she needed to learn. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody who was in the group got the same reward, if you want to look at it as a reward. They get the same reward in terms of being on a spacecraft in the next level, and probably being given a next level vehicle of some stature. But there's a lot of different kinds of next level vehicles, and some are more equipped with still interfacing with the human kingdom. Like they still have to eat something, like even take a pill or sit under a light of some sort in order to for that vehicle to have the nourishment it needs in order to continue to be a vehicle. But to become an adult to where you don't need any of that, and you don't need to come back into the human kingdom to have new lessons to further overcome. So some of those members did get to that place to where they were in the next level before with a physical body, and they deposited that physical body through some of those spacecraft crashes that happened in Roswell and Aztec and Laredo and who knows how many of them, but some of them were also done by space aliens. But so that those souls have that awareness in them, so things make sense to them when they hear the same things talked about that they knew were going to be talked about by those older members, souls that came back in a previous civilization, even, or or during Moses' time, or during the Jesus time, or during the Buddha time, or during the Krishna time. Okay, they retained all that, and the souls have all that information.
Right.
So it makes sense to them than certain things. Where somebody else, if you told them that there was a spirit, a ghost that's really real, they would say, that's ridiculous. That's the stupidest thing I ever heard.
I can directly relate with what you're saying. And again, I don't want to put myself too much in this interview, but just to speak personally a little bit, the first time I read Bhagavad Gita, and it was explained to me that I am not my body, that I'm part and parcel of the eternal spiritual soul, it was almost the first time I started reading Bhagavad Gita and trying to understand it, it was like I recognized it.
Yeah.
This is not the first time I've seen this. So I can directly relate to what you're talking about, just with a different kind of suit of clothes on.
Right.
Right. I know. It's an intuitive thing. You
That's right. And that's
you know
there is no judgment of each of us, among us. I can't judge you, and you can't judge me in terms of where we are on the ladder of growth,
right.
towards the next level of membership, towards God's membership, towards God's complete mind, but we can see signs of it in different departments. The reason, we can be ahead of one another in one way, but behind one another in another way. You know what I mean?
I like how you put it. I like that.
So so that's why we can't judge one another. But so some individuals don't need to experience some of the things that others do, but it's always for the benefit of everybody to have repeat exposure to the same lessons that we'd learned in the past as souls. Okay, so that because we continue to build strength of mind by dealing with the same things over and over again. So that, let's say, yeah, I'll come out and get it. Even if it's cold, I'll reheat it.
I put it on a plate.
It's all right. Leave it on the plate.
I know. I was just telling you I put it on a plate.
Thank you.
You just have to cut open and put butter on it.
Okay, thanks. My daughter's making me a dinner, but I'll catch up with it. It doesn't matter that much to me when I eat, as long as I have energy to talk.
I thought we would go for about another 30 or 45 minutes. What do you?
Okay, that's great. That's great because I am getting kind of tired.
And then we can pick it up again another time if you want.
Yeah, that's fine. Whatever you want to do. I'm not against anything.
Cool.
But so
there's still more I want to pick your brain about.
the thing is, the devotee might have, I don't know this is a fact, but it's totally possible that she had overcome attachment to a human family.
And she just
She knew in her mind somehow, in some degree, that even though she's having children, that they don't belong to her and that she was going to be responsible to them.
Like I've studied Yvonne McCurdy Hill a little bit, and this is a woman, she joined with her husband. Her husband's name was Stephen.
Right.
They just had they just had twins.
I know.
So I'm saying that for the sake of the audience, right? I'm not telling you anything you don't realize, but that's what always mystified me. This woman just had 2 babies. This woman, they just started, then she drops everything and she goes off with these people and does what she did. And that's
They both did, but it was basically on her impetus.
well, the husband eventually left the group. He didn't sit with them. Stephen Hill left.
I know it all.
Yeah, Stephen Hill left the group, but in psychological term, I'm leaving the spiritual aspect of it out of it. I mean, I'm leaving the spiritual aspect out of it for now and looking at it in psychological terms. This woman dropped everything and within 6 months she was dead. Like, how did that happen?
Right. There's no explanation for it unless you want to look at her as being, I mean, you can look at her in a negative way, of course, as having abandoned what she was responsible for. But if it was true, if she was actually going to be with her creators, and that those creators had the full capacity to make sure that those children received a very good upbringing to where they could, be thriving as human beings, then it makes total sense, that could be a good thing. It's all a good thing.
If I remember correctly from the documentary, the first time that I'm just going to say Applewhite for now. I'm not going to call him Doe, but the first time that Applewhite introduced the idea of having to voluntarily leave our vehicles to do this thing was in mid-1994 if I remember correctly, right? And the first time he said, well, we might have to drop the vehicle to do this was around 1994. And in that meeting, certain people started to cry, certain people left when he started talking about that. But my point is, when it comes to the case of devotee of Yvonne McCurdy Hill, I wonder how long she'd been in the group. I wonder how long she'd been living in the craft before they came to her and said, okay, this is what, because they've been planning on it for a few years. They knew that.
Immediately. She knew that immediately because Doe wouldn't have had it any other way. I know that. I mean, I can't say that I can't say I wasn't there at that moment. So, for that 6 months, I wasn't there. But I know from 1994 when we had the poster sent to us from Doe while we were holding public meetings that I was there for, that that leaving our vehicles by our own hand was introduced to us through that poster. And that poster is in the Heaven's Gate book, by the way. Okay, so we had that indication. So all those people that joined in 1994, including Carl Odie, who was only in the group for a number of months before he dropped out.
Who was he?
Well, he's got a blog now. It's CRLODY.
Pardon my interruption. I'm going to write that down. I'm listening.
Anyway, so then the next meeting we had, well, not meeting, that was the poster. But I mean, we knew about maybe leaving by our own hand years before that.
Let me ask you.
I told a story in several documentaries of how I came upon the book, The Hemlock Society.
Let me ask you this. And with Stephen Hill, Yvonne McCurdy Hill's husband, right?
Yeah.
Pardon?
What about him?
If he knew from the day that he got there that these people are all going to leave on their own, so to speak, and then he left the group and left his wife there with them, then how
You got a point on that.
come he didn't do anything to try to stop it? How come he didn't go to the authorities and be like, look, these guys are all going to kill themselves. This is bad. Like, why didn't he do something? Because he has never spoken very well of Applewhite in interviews I've read. He doesn't believe in it at all. How come he didn't do anything?
That's a good question. I'd like to ask him that, actually. Maybe you could ask him that somehow. But I'd like to know what he knew, what he didn't know, because it was no secret. They were making the uniforms, and they were, they had, he wasn't in on the meeting that we had in San Clemente, where I think you said that some people were crying. I didn't know anybody was crying, but I was sitting in the front on the right side at the meeting, and I wasn't aware of what anybody else was experiencing, but I do remember one person who was a new member saying that they weren't going to lay down their vehicle. They had reservation about it because Doe asked every member to speak up whether they had a reservation. So you're going to tell me that Doe was keeping it from Devotee in order to trick her into doing the same thing that he wanted everybody else to be totally upfront about?
It doesn't seem plausible to me.
Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense at all. Because he never wanted to trick anybody anyway, to begin with.
Well, then how come Stephen Hill didn't try to stop his wife from killing herself?
The only thing I can think about that right now off the top of my head was that it was well understood and even documented by Junodi in the Heaven's Gate book that they didn't know how they were going to leave. Right up until the last minute, they didn't know how they were going to leave. I mean, I'm not saying last minute, but I mean, they knew everything, how everything was set up, but they didn't know if T was going to interfere with that and just come with a spacecraft and pick them up. That's one way. They actually said, Julie said that they preferred to leave by being picked up on a spacecraft, by a spacecraft.
Physically.
With their bodies.
Yeah.
She said that she wrote that in 1996 or 7. 1996, I think it was when the last things were written that made it into the Heaven's Gate book. So, so they might have been, so Doe might have said that we don't know if this is going to happen, but this is what we're planning on. I don't think he would have been hiding that they were planning on it, because they talked about that specifically of drinking phenobarbital mixture. He didn't say phenobarbital, but he said a drug that would basically put your vehicle to sleep. He thought it was the gentlest way to leave, so that there'd be the least pain and suffering of the vehicle. And so when she said that in 1994 in September, while I was still there, I was a witness to that. And Carlin was also there as a witness to that. And Rio was there too, also as a witness to that.
As a witness to what exactly? Sorry.
That meeting in San Clemente, where Doe said, described leaving our vehicle by our own hand, and that by taking a drug.
Right.
And he didn't talk about the vodka. He didn't talk about plastic bags or anything. He just said that by use of a drug. And then he said he wants to hear from every student if they have any reservations. And we went through every student, and if they had something to say about it, they had something to say about it. If they didn't, when it got to me towards the end of the group, because he went up kind of vertically in the meeting, towards the left side of the group, and then around to each. I don't know what the order was, but I was down in the front on the right side, and I was one of the last ones to say something. And I remember saying, I don't have any reservations. Let's do it. And that's the way I felt, even though I was in, my headspace was in a mess in a lot of ways. But I was ready to, take that action. If it was to happen right at that moment, I would have probably done it. I say probably because I don't know for sure if I would have had some last minute. But I already had crossed that mindset many times in my head. For years before that, right from the beginning, I thought I was going to leave by somebody else taking my life. Okay. That's being prepared to die for something,
It had been part of the group's mentality for a long time that we're probably going to have to leave our bodies before it's all over, basically.
Well,
in other words,
I think we were going with, yes, the souls knew that we were going to be leaving those bodies one way or another, because we'd experienced that before. Those souls had experienced that before in another human body in the past, even many times. And so that's the that's why it appeared to be so easy to accept that. But that didn't mean it still wasn't difficult to deal with in this body. I went through the same thing with the castrations. When Doe asked me, when I was part of the first castration, he asked me, do you have any reservations? This is after a year of me telling Doe that I wanted that operation.
a year.
Yeah, about a year. I don't know if it was exactly a year. When it was first stimulated, the thinking of that. Let's see, it was first brought up in 1987. And maybe it was more than a year when Doe called Sorority and I to his craft, his place where he was living with his two helpers, Livordi and Janody. And was that just 1980? No, because we were living in California then. But first we were living it was more than a year. I'm gonna have to try to figure that out. Because what he told us, I told him I wanted to go have the operation. I didn't tell him what I was going to do. I was going to leave the classroom in 1989, I think. Unless I'm getting mixed up into when that was first brought up. No, because I know I was partners with Habodi, and he had a reservation about it, about the castrations, when Doe asked anybody, all the males that he gathered to his where he was living, if they had any reservations about having that same procedure done to them. And Habodi had a reservation about it, and so he ended up, a couple months later, I was his partner, and he left the classroom. I know he was thinking about leaving, and he was crying about it sometimes, and because he felt so part of the classroom that it was, he didn't know why he was having that reservation of having that procedure, but we didn't have that procedure then, because then a year or two after that, I was working at my job, and we weren't talking about it on a regular basis, and Doe said no, I had the sense, I was writing notes to Doe saying that if you get the approval to give students that option, I would like to do it. I was very clear with Doe about that, personally speaking to him. And he didn't have any instructions to proceed for himself, because he brought it up with the context initially that he was going to have that procedure because he had a nocturnal emission.
Uh-oh.
And so he brought it up to us that he was having Livordi look into having that procedure for himself.
How come he wasn't the first one to have the procedure?
Well, I can only make an educated guess onto that answer, but if I'm going to finish this part of the story, I should probably stick with it for now.
Beg your pardon.
Well, yeah, because it's going to take us into a whole other way of trying to evaluate the answer to that question. I can't say for sure, because he never said it, why he wasn't the first one. But I have some pretty good educated guess reasons that I think are pretty close to accurate. Well, I mean, the biggest application was he didn't have instruction to be the first one. He didn't feel like T wanted him to go through with it. So but that's not even the reason I was thinking about it. But there's a lot more to that I can say about it. But see, but when we were living in Albuquerque, I was working a computer job, programming, kind of close to the downtown of Albuquerque, and we were living way north of there. No, we were living nearby there, actually. We were close to the downtown, and the whole class wasn't with us. I don't think. No, they weren't. Some of the class was still back in Texas, I think. But I just had this thought one day that sorority was going to be allowed to be castrated. That's the kind of thought I had. Okay. And I was a lot of times I was partners with sorority a lot. I mean, I feel like, if you want to think in terms of being closest to somebody in the classroom, I was closest to him. And And when I had that thought, I thought, a human thought, like almost a competitive kind of thought of, well, I want to do it. I want to be not, I didn't care if I was the first one. That didn't mean anything to me. But I wanted to have the procedure because I wanted to show Doe that, and the next level, that I was willing to go all the way with what I believed. And I felt, and I wanted to get rid of that influence on me of sexuality, because I didn't like it. I didn't want to give into it. I didn't want to ever be able to have a baby or anything. I didn't care about any of that. And so, so my motivation was a little bit mixed in some ways, with that moment being like, sorority was always like, he was always there ahead of time. He was always the first one to be of service, to offer his services to Doe, and some people found fault with him because of that. I didn't find fault with him because of that, but
I remember in Doe's final exit, Doe's kind of teasing him, and he'll say, sometimes we'll have to say down sorority, down.
Yes,
sorority.
exactly.
Right,
Exactly.
right. Yes,
That's right.
yes.
That's right. He was teasing him in a positive way.
Right.
Sorority knew about this. He would finish the sentences that Doe would be saying in a meeting, like answering sorority's question. He would finish the sentence because he was trying to show Doe that he understood, but that wasn't appropriate to do, to anybody. It wasn't just to Doe. Anyway, so not that I think that was wrong for you to say just now. I wasn't trying to imply that, but I could hear an influence say, maybe he would think that you're trying to say that he shouldn't interrupt you, but no, that's not the case at all. And I'm not Doe anyway. So, interrupt me all you want, but
I haven't been rude.
No, you haven't been rude at all. I don't see it as an interruption. I'm just telling you, those kind of demons exist that it would have me or have you think that I mean that, or think that that
I understand.
yeah, they're just like flies, but a fly can be annoying sometimes. So sometimes I address it, and say, okay, that was a fly there, or a mosquito. They would put it as a mosquito, something that can actually bite you and hurt you, do you some damage. But anyway, but to treat it that way, as a fleeting thought. So anyway, so I ended up thinking about it a little bit for a short time. I couldn't get it out of my head that sorority was going to be not just sorority, that Doe was giving permission to somebody to do this task. So what I did is I ended up calling the house. And because I knew their phone number, and talking to the people that answered the phone, which we had a crew that did that, took turns doing that task. And I asked them, I knew that I wasn't going to be able to talk to them about it. So I asked if I could talk to Doe. Doe might have been living in that same craft with us at that point. I think he was. And they didn't have any question about that. So they contacted Doe because we had intercoms, or they could have knocked on his door, but we also had intercoms during that time. And so that, so Doe came to the phone. I told him I wanted to leave the classroom. And he said, why? I said, I don't really want to tell you. Because I wanted to show him that I was doing this on my own volition. there was nothing influencing me. I don't know. That's just the way I responded to him. And he said, he said to me, well, is it about what we've been talking about? And I knew he knew what he knew what I was talking about, was that it was. So I said yes. And he said, well, he says, well, before you leave the classroom, no, he said, what are you planning to do? And I said, well, I get paid today, which I did. I had my check in my hand at that point. And I was thinking of going to Mexico to have the procedure. And he said, well, don't do that. He said, come talk to me first. And so he sent a car with some students, picked me up at work, and brought me back to the craft. And I went into Doe's quarters, or he came out into a certain room or something. I don't think it was Doe's quarters, actually. And he told me that it was really interesting to get that phone call from me, because two other individuals had approached him that same day, as we were talking, telling him that they wanted to have that procedure done. And that what he told them is the same thing that he's telling me, is that he doesn't have any instructions from T to allow us to go through with it. So he was asking me to wait. And I said, okay. And then they brought me back to my job. And then it was almost a year after that, while I had written notes to Doe saying that if you ever get the approval, I still want to do it. Periodically, every so many months, I would just feel like saying it. He never brought it up again. It was never talked about again. So that I can remember. And then one day, I was partners with Sorority at the time. We got a phone call to the craft. Doe was living in a different place, and gave instructions for us to come to the craft, come to his craft. Now, Sorority and I had done tests for Doe before, to where he would call us up and we'd go to his craft. We did it at White Feather Lakes when he was almost dying. And then I know that can stimulate a whole nother conversation. And then another time when I watched on TV, the David Koresh event happened where it caught on fire and all that. I was watching TV with Doe in his quarters. Doe asked the Sorority and I to come to the craft to deliver. Sometimes he would do that with students. He would select the students, and they would bring him notes, like from the people that were writing notes in the classroom to him, and reports and things that would, on a regular basis we would get. He wanted to have access to that without having to drive to the craft to get it, or to send his helpers to get it. So we would do that. So I didn't know what it was about. But when I got there, I found out that they had set up a room to be a surgically clean room. They were living in a warehouse. We were living in a warehouse also. We were living in the Laguna Hills area, and he was in San Clemente. And it might have been the same warehouse that they got back in 1994, but this was years before that. And so we. So when he told us that that's what was going to happen, that they were going to give us the option to have that procedure, I was elated by it. Great. I was, and Sorority was, more expressively elated, I think. He was happy as a lark. And so, And so I don't remember what we talked about much, but it was just Liv Odie, Jan Odie, Doe, Sir Odie, and me. So the five of us there. And I knew that Liv Odie was going to do the procedure because she had learned that procedure from being an orchiectomist, working for an orchiectomist. She was a nurse for a private practice of a doctor that was an orchiectomist, that is removing testicles, mostly because of cancer. So she knew the procedure, she knew the tools, she had done the procedure with the doctor a number of times. And so she set up everything up. And then we were in this room that was, where they put I don't know who came up with the idea, but they put a sign over the entrance, over the door to that office space in that warehouse. It was clean. It was a perfectly clean, warehouse. It just had a big space for whatever people wanted to put in the warehouse. And then it had office space, a number of different offices. And we were in one of those offices because we had trailers parked inside those spaces, because we had gone to trailers from living in houses before that. Anyway, but another long story, but and the fasting on water, on air, was another part of being willing to leave our vehicles. That happened years and years before that. Not before the castration part, but around the same time. But so that's when Doe said to me, before we were actually in the surgical room, he said to me in particular, "Do you have any reservations?" Same terminology, exactly, as he said about the other time. And same might have been even the same warehouse. And I said, well, my vehicle's not looking forward to it, but I want to override my vehicle. And he accepted that as being that I was doing it of my own volition. And I meant it when I said it. I could feel my vehicle was a little nervous about it. But I wasn't going to give in to that. I didn't feel like I was afraid of that, having that procedure done. The discomfort was, just with the surgical part of it, which I don't like that anytime. I've had a lot of dental work that had some major surgeries associated with it. I don't look forward to that at all.
Most people don't.
Yeah, right. Who would? I trusted that, I trusted them 100%. I still do.
Let's be frank. To most men, at least most American men, the idea of losing your testicles is even more fearful than the thought of death itself.
That's from Doe's mind that you're saying that.
What do you mean?
Because he talked about that when they were trying to find a person that would do that procedure. They were talking to doctors that were capable of doing that procedure, and they were looking at them. They were saying, well, you have to go through a psychological exam first, because we only do it to people that have testicular cancer, that are going to die if they don't have that procedure. This is very unusual. This is very abnormal to be thinking. They think more of having a vasectomy or having, is more of a thing that they can fully accept.
Like when I was in the Army, I was a medic, right? Like I told you, and I used to sometimes, I didn't do it very often, but occasionally I would assist with vasectomies. And I wouldn't do the vasectomy, but I would stand there in the sterile field and I would hand the doctor instruments. And I wouldn't do the surgery, I would assist with the surgery. And so I've seen, like, with my own eyes, what exactly is involved.
Yes.
with a vasectomy. And in my experience, most men are doing everybody that's in the clinic to get the vasectomy is there voluntarily. I mean, they're there because they want to get the vasectomy, right? But at the same time, they're just nervous as hell because we're about to operate down there, and they're like, so nervous, right?
No, I tell you, I know.
If you were going to get it removed entirely, then I would imagine that you laugh about it, but you'd be I mean, that'd be terrifying. I understand.
Yeah, my brother had a vasectomy. I think he might thought about having it reversed too. But why in the military were they giving people vasectomies?
Well, I mean, very simple. There were guys that didn't want to get their wives pregnant, or they had enough kids. Like I already got 3 kids, and I don't want to have to wear a condom, so I'll just get a vasectomy.
Oh, I see. Yeah, right.
They would do it at a clinic on an outpatient basis, and they wouldn't even do it in a hospital. You wouldn't even need to spend the night. People would walk out there on 2 legs.
Right.
It'd be like, it was a very routine procedure, actually. And I've seen what they do and how they do it.
And removing the testicles, I don't think is much different, except you're snipping the cord that provides the blood supply.
Instead of severing the vas deferens or blocking the vas deferens so it can't pass sperm through it anymore, you're talking about just complete removal of the testicle. So
right.
Only be another 1 or 2. I mean, I know how they do the vasectomies, and I've seen them make the incisions, and have another maybe 2 or 3 steps. If you had another 2 or 3 steps, you'd have yourself a castration.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe even less than 2 or 3. Maybe just 1. Because what I witnessed was, well, actually, when we were standing, so then we went into the, then Doe said, well, who's going to go first? Because there were 2 of us, right? So I said, I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. And Sorority said the same thing, doesn't matter to me. And so what we'd done in the classroom before that, when we had a choice to make, but it didn't matter to either party what choice we made, we would flip a coin. So Liv Odie said, or Jan Odie said, well, let's just flip a coin. So she got a coin from somewhere, and she flipped a coin, and she said, Sorority, call it, and you can both call it, whatever you want to call it, I guess. And whoever's right can decide whether they want to go first or not. And so Sorority won the coin toss, and then he chose to go first. And I didn't care. I still didn't care that he went first. It didn't like, I wasn't trying to beat him to the punch. You know what I mean? Like some, at that point. So we went into the room, and Doe wasn't around there for the coin toss. I don't think, I mean, he might have been nearby, but he wasn't paying attention to us, I don't think. And so we went into the room, and Sorority got on the gurney, and he had to shave first, and he did it by himself, and then Doe and I were standing on one side of the gurney, and Liv Odie and Jan Odie were standing on the other side of the gurney, opposite us, and Doe was opposite Liv Odie, the surgeon, and I was opposite Jan Odie, her helper, and Doe looked over at me and said, no, I think it was, oh, I know what happened. She made the incision on the side of the testicle sac. Okay. I don't know what you call that.
Scrotum.
Scrotum, right. I did know that. But well, no, first she gave it some injections from a little there was a anesthesia
Yeah, probably lidocaine,
for that area. Yeah, I think it was lidocaine.
because that's what we used to do in the Army,
A couple injections around where she was going to make the incision,
right?
and then she might have cleaned it first with solution.
Probably. If she wants to keep it sterile, sure.
Yeah, before that, and then she did the injections, and then she taped his penis down so that it was up
Mm-hmm.
away from the scrotum.
Mm-hmm.
And so then she took a scalpel and she made the incision, and I think she did it on both sides of the scrotum. But I'm not sure when this happened, but I started to faint, and I had to hold on to the table. And Darwin was standing right next to me, to my left. And he looked over at me and said, "You okay?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm okay," because I was a little bit lightheaded. And I mean, there was a little bit of blood, but I don't remember a lot. But and that's what he said to me. Well, if this doesn't bond us, nothing will.
Another effect of lidocaine, if I remember properly, is that it also constricts the capillaries, and it acts as in addition to numbing the pain, it also acts as a cauterizing agent. It reduces bleeding.
Oh,
if I remember correctly. One of the side effects is that it reduces bleeding in the area in which you apply it, in addition to killing the pain, which is why you saw bleeding to a minimum in that instance.
okay.
Let me ask you something else. When I was in the Army, before we'd give anybody a vasectomy, an hour before they give them that procedure, you'd give them 10 milligrams of Valium and some Vicodin. You know what Vicodin is?
I've heard about it.
You'd give them a pill with codeine in it, and you'd give them some Valium. Number one, to help relax them so they're not so uptight before they get this done. The Valium's going to help them chill out a little bit. And the codeine would kill the pain, so they're less while you're doing it, in addition to the lidocaine down there. So my point is, what I'm asking you is, did Cerrone get any drugs before that procedure at all?
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I when he, it would have been after the coin toss, I guess, because I didn't get any drugs. So they were, so I don't know. I can't speak to that.
He went into that with just lidocaine. If he went into that with just lidocaine, I mean, I'm surprised he was able to hold still. Like, seriously, like, I don't know. That takes a lot of self-control. If he didn't have some Valium before he had that done, like, he would take a lot of discipline to be able to sit still and not panic. Obviously, right?
Well, he wasn't being held down, and he didn't jolt or anything. So I don't know. He might have been given something. I know they wouldn't have spared any procedure, but and certainly she would have known that was a routine, and they weren't against doctors, or pharmaceuticals. So I can't think of any reason they wouldn't have given him something for it. So I don't know for a fact about that. I mean, they could have easily given up something when I was talking with Doe about the reservations, having a reservation. I don't know exactly. Now, that wouldn't have happened then, though, I don't think, unless I got the order of things a little bit.
And then
first,
once you gave them the codeine and the Valium, by the time that they were actually doing the procedure, I remember they'd be sitting there, they'd be operating on this guy's scrotum. He'd be sitting there cracking jokes. Like he wouldn't have any anxiety about what was going on at all.
Oh, really?
He would even be joking. He was kind of high, right? So they'd even be joking about it.
I don't know.
You gotta be making jokes with them. They're conscious the whole time, you know?
Yeah, no, he was conscious the whole time, for sure.
But what was his demeanor like during the midst of the procedure, though? Did he seem calm?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm not saying that I'm the most observant person around, you know.
But he didn't panic. He didn't seem freaked out or anything.
No.
Wow. So, I mean, speaking from my experience as a medic helping with vasectomies, it's hard to imagine what somebody would be like if you didn't give them some Valium beforehand, right? Like they'd have to have the discipline of a yogi. You know what I mean? They'd have to be like really.
Well, I mean, you know, some people have, you know, they can handle a lot of pain.
Wow. I'm impressed. What I'm saying
I
is,
don't know, but I just don't know the answer to that question. You know, so I'm not going to try and make something up. But anyway, they finished the procedure. Since I'm talking about this and with somebody that knows these procedures, it's actually not. I welcome your input on all this, and then she snipped whatever cords. I couldn't see that well, you know, some of this because I wasn't, you know, my eyes weren't right there. I was just observing that she ended up snipping some cords on maybe both sides. Maybe I don't know if each testicle has a blood supply and a sperm supply, you know, whatever, you know, the output, the input and the output. I don't know how that works exactly.
I'm not sure either. Like I said, I only assisted with the procedure, but I didn't actually perform it.
No, I think she did have to give him.
I just watched
additional doses of that, whatever that was in that injection. I don't know for sure what was in that. I think I don't know where I learned about the lidocaine idea, but it wasn't from looking at the label or anything on whatever she was giving him. So for all I know, it's some other kind of mixture that has some kind of relaxant in it or something.
it could have been Novocaine, but I would suspect it would have been, we would use lidocaine in the Army, but it could have been Novocaine. Who knows though?
Yeah, see, I don't know for sure.
But it's hard for me to imagine anybody getting a vasectomy. It's hard for me to imagine anybody not getting a vasectomy, but not getting some pills beforehand to keep them calm.
All right.
Wow. Wow.
So we'll see. Well, I don't know. You know, that remains to be seen. You know, we're never going to know the answer to that because none of them are here anymore. Wow. Unless the next level has a way of opening our eyes, which we might see. You might see. You might, if we're asking the next level to help us with the answer to this question, you might be surprised to find out that some people do operations without. You know,
for instance, I mean, I know about hypnosis a little bit, and there have been people that have been hypnotized, have learned to put themselves. Okay, there have been people that have there are people that have learned auto hypnosis techniques where they're able to put themselves into and take themselves out of trance states at will.
Yeah.
So I've read about this, and I'm no expert on it, but there are reports of people that say that they have had dental procedures done with absolutely no anesthetic because they're putting themselves into a trance and then taking themselves out of it. So maybe it's speculative. Maybe Soroti was doing something similar. Maybe he was putting himself into.
No, that's actually a really strong possibility. That because you know I know from experience that when I would have operations on my teeth, I've had a lot of problems with teeth over the years, and that I asked the next level for help. And I also, there's a meditation I use when I've had aches and pains in my body, which I've had quite a bit of experience with also. Sometimes, you know, that I'm looking for healing, and I use a meditation is mind over body kind of thing to try to direct healing energies from the next level to those areas that are experiencing pain. And I know that works.
Mhm.
And I know people also that can get Novocaine and it doesn't dull the pain. They can get multiple. My uncle had that experience where he would have dental work and they weren't able to numb the pain at all. It didn't work.
Just like for some reason that science can't quite explain, some people are not hypnotizable.
Well, yeah, that too.
Same
Right.
idea, same thing.
Yeah, it is the same idea, and so you and Tiendo did teach that the mind can stimulate both problems in the vehicle and healing in the vehicle. And you know, and there's all kinds of stories from the records of people, you know, having miracles, healing them of problems and things. So, you know, so I believe 100% in that. So Sorority's frame of mind has certainly been, you know, I'm doing this, you know, next level, putting them in their hands, you know. So, but what happened after that, which is interesting, she ended up putting a tube that was like a tube without a straight end. It had an end that came to a point of this plastic tube, a thin plastic tube. You know, that was about an inch long or something like that. She put them so that the base was inside the scrotum, and then she sewed. When she stitched up the incisions made, it was stitched around it so that it could be a vent for fluids and things like that might come out, and or gases. But whatever the reason for, didn't work because his scrotum started to blow up like a blowfish, but not huge. But he was definitely in some discomfort from that, and he was moaning a little bit from that. After the case, he went into a different room, and he was laying down, and I was with him the whole time, and Livodi was back and forth between Doe and this room, and she was aware that this was happening, and she was trying to figure out why it was happening. And so she came into the room. And he wasn't like, you know, yelling or anything, but he was just like, oh. He was a little bit out of it, you know, as if he did have some kind of anesthesia, you know, through a pill or something. Actually, you know, he was kind of sedated at that point. Or maybe he just shocked from.
Yeah, maybe he was in shock.
Maybe there's some kind of shock going on there.
It's
Anyway,
entirely possible.
so Livodi came and she tried to redo the incision so that, because she thought maybe it wasn't breathing, you know, because obviously it was getting bigger, you know, it was, you know, it was like, it was probably the size of a, not as big as a baseball, you know, but that's still pretty big, you know.
It was bigger than it should have been, right?
Huh?
It was bigger than it should have been anyway.
Yeah, well, I don't know if there's a certain amount that is expected to happen. I don't know.
That's a good point too, that maybe a certain amount of that is typical. Like, I never asked a person who I helped perform a vasectomy on what the after effects were. I never said, hey, was your scrotum swollen after that or what? I never asked. I don't know. I don't know.
So, but Livodi didn't think that it was happening right from her experience. So, so she thought there was a problem there, and that it shouldn't have got as big as it did, I guess. And so, so when Doe found out about that immediately, of course, he was really upset, and he even said to us, sorority was in another room, and I came out to the room where Doe was and where Liv Odie and Jan Odie were, and Doe said, I can't believe I let this happen, and that you should take me to the police. I want to turn myself in. And Liv Odie and Jan Odie and I, almost in concert, said, in so many words, no, Doe, we'll take care of it. We'll work this out. We're not taking you to the police. I couldn't imagine taking him to the police. That would be the last thing I would think of doing. And so Liv Odie and Jan Odie and I then took sorority to a motel, and we talked about what we were going to do, and we tried to call the police. We didn't want to be traceable because we had phone lines in where we were, but we didn't want to be traceable because we didn't know what was going to happen. You know, this could be considered to be a crime if somebody found out about it. You know, they could not believe that it was voluntary and all that. And that we weren't licensed to do this procedure, right? So they could have all kinds of charges against Doe. Would have been the one that they would have brought charges against. So anyway, so we just went to so I got on the phone with a priest that we found in the Yellow Pages. We found somebody that talked to us, and I asked him. I said, "Have you had any experiences with somebody having a castration?" Because a friend of mine did it to himself, and actually that's been done by people, by the way.
Yes.
And he's in pain right now. Do you have any experience with this situation? And the guy said, no, I don't know anything about it. That's weird. You know, go to a hospital. And so we decided to take him up on that. And we took him to a hospital, and he you know, I took him to the hospital, and Liv Odie and Jan Odie stayed in the car, and because they wanted to be able to be in touch with Doe, and they didn't want to be implemented in this either, because it would get to Doe, you know, potentially. We're trying to protect our older member, and so we got him in pretty quickly. I filled out a form. I don't remember what I put on the form. Maybe I gave him a fake name. I didn't have to show any ID or anything, but I actually came out with a wheelchair, I think.
I'm listening.
Bring him in. So I brought him in, and they saw him pretty quickly. And maybe a half hour passed. I went back out, and I reported to Liv Odie and Jan Odie while I was waiting. And then I came back in, and then when I came back in, it wasn't long after that they said he was fine. It was easy to take care of. And
how did you explain to the hospital how he'd become castrated? How do you explain that to him?
I said that this is a friend of mine who I stuck with that same story, that called me and told me he had, you know, done this and he was having this problem, and I didn't have to get into many details. They didn't seem to. I don't know. You know,
It's plausible. You know who
they didn't drill me or anything really.
You know who John Wilkes Booth was, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not changing the subject. What I'm saying is that what you're saying is very plausible, because the guy that killed John Wilkes Booth was a man named Boston Corbett. And Boston Corbett was a Christian, but he was also kind of a fanatic. And you can look this up. The man that killed John Wilkes Booth castrated himself with a pair of scissors.
Oh, really?
And then when he was done with it, this is a true story, he got drunk, he castrated himself with a pair of scissors, then he sewed himself up and went to dinner.
Holy smokes.
So yeah, look it up. Boston Corbett was a real eccentric dude.
Did he take his testicles off, or did he
Yes.
take it? Because I know somebody that I heard about, that Doe found out about, who actually removed his penis
Ouch. I don't even laugh.
with a knife. Doe was cringing when he heard that. Doe couldn't imagine it. And even though we were reading about that kind of thing in the books about the Essenes.
So my point is, this guy castrated himself with a pair of scissors in the 19th century, and not only did he live, but he went and had dinner afterwards and just kind of went on with his life. So it's entirely plausible that after this, sorority, it's what you're saying is very plausible, because that's what happened to Boston Corbett.
Yeah.
He went and had dinner.
Well, Jesus talked about that as if you're doing it for the kingdom of heaven's sake, that it wasn't considered to be something that was bad.
In other words, the man who killed John Wilkes Booth was
weird.
He was also castrated.
I know, that's weird.
The guy that killed Abe Lincoln was a castrated man. That's a historical fact.
Well, I'm not going to disagree with you there, but I don't know if we know that person is the person that killed. You know what I mean? Because you don't know how many conspiracies were going on there with all that.
Well, if the official story is true.
Yes, exactly. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it, actually.
The guy that killed Abe Lincoln he castrated himself because he was an eccentric Christian fanatic.
But there is a kind of a strange story around the Wilkes Booth story, and the killing of Lincoln, and how that was allowed to take place, so to speak. But I forgot what the details were. But anyway, so he was fine, but they wanted to keep him there for observation, so he stayed the night. And then I went back to the motel with Liberty and January, and then we went back and picked him up the next morning, and the people in the the nurses and stuff, said that he was the highlight of the whole hospital. Well, not the whole hospital, but he said because he was so happy and they loved him, because he was such a nice person, whatever.
Well, so I want to ask you.
He's an Irish vehicle.
I want to ask you a small favor, if that's okay. Now, yeah. I want to stop now.
Yeah.
Now, I've been recording this all along. You've been recording it too.
Yeah, I'm going to turn off that recording right now.
Earlier, I'm still recording, but earlier I got some kind of error message on my screen, and I had to deal with that, which distracted me from talking to you.
Oh.
What I'm saying is, I'm recording this, but just in case, because I like to do things in redundancies, and I like to have backups of everything.
Yeah.
Since you've been recording it too, and I've been recording it, just in case that error message that I saw earlier meant something got messed up, will you please email me your copy of this recording?
Yeah, the only problem you're going to have with that is that you're going to see me in this little tiny picture, and you're going to see you in this big picture.
That's okay. As long as we at least have the audio, that's what I need. At least audio.
All right, great. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. I didn't get any error messages.
Just in case something got messed up on my side.
Oh, yeah, sure. We can do that automatically anyway. So we both have the other version.
Okay, and just in case it didn't get messed up and everything's cool on my side, I'll email you my copy too.
Yeah, that's fine.
Can you want to talk tomorrow? When do you have time later this week? Maybe?
Actually, I have another interview I got to do tomorrow.
Just
I don't think I can do this for 6 hours in a row twice.
okay. Let me know what you feel like, what you got time for.
And Wednesday I can't do it either, and Thursday I don't think it's a good time either unless it's much later in the day.
Okay, that's cool. Just let me know what you feel like. Let me know what you have time for, please. It's
All right, I'll see what happens with this other interview and also this I'm planning to go out on Wednesday, and it's a kind of an early night, so I don't think I have time to do much before I leave
okay, that's
on
cool.
Wednesday. So but I might be able to fit in an hour before I leave on Wednesday.
I'm not twisting your arm at all. Just let me know what you
And
got.
when I get back, I'll be too tired on Wednesday. And Thursday, then my family's having a little dinner gathering, so which starts generally at 6 o'clock or so. And so then technically I could do something from 4 to 6 on Thursday.
Just let me know, please, if you have time and if you feel like it. I'm not putting any pressure on you at all.
No, I'll definitely do it. I have no question about doing it. I've really enjoyed being able to do this with you, and hearing from you as well as the things that I've got to say. I love it all, because it's your experiences are. There's a reason why we're doing this.
I think at some point in time it'd be interesting, because I'm not a terribly egotistical dude. I don't mean it like I'm puffing myself up, but it might be interesting in some point in the future if you interviewed me. That might be interesting.
Well, I'm kind of doing that in a little bit the way that you're doing this, but put it on the back burner there for now.
So like I said, if you'd email me your copy, I'd be grateful, and I'll email you mine, just assuming nothing got messed up, okay?
All right, I might not do that right away, or maybe I can do it later.
Sure, whatever you got time for.
I'll try to do it later.
Sure.
All right, well, with that said, good night.
Hare Krishna, good night.
Bye.
Next time. Okay, I'm gonna hit stop recording.